प्रचाल्यमानेऽस्मिन् चतुर्दिवसीय विश्व वैदिक विज्ञान सम्मेलने चतुर्थे दिवसे अंतिमे सत्रे वयं स्मः। शुभोऽयं सन्दर्भः। अत्र वादे वादे जायते तत्त्वबोधः इति न्यायेन महान्तः पंडिताः विज्ञानिनः ये वर्तन्ते तान् सर्वान् आहूय एकत्र उपस्थाप्य वेदेषु वेदोक्तग्रन्थेषु इतरेष्वपि पुराणादिषु ये वैज्ञिकांशाः वर्तन्ते तेषां परिशोधनपूर्वक पत्रसमर्पणेन उद्घाटनेन च भाविकाले विश्वविद्यालयस्य अध्यापकवर्गस्य छात्राणां च महान् उपयोगः सञ्जायत इति धिया कुलपतिभिः इदं सम्मेलनम् आविष्कृतं वर्तते। अस्य सम्मेलनस्य रूपकल्पनं कृतं वर्तते। वयं सर्वेपि उपाधिभाजः भवामः इति सर्वेषां विश्वासः। अस्मिन् अन्तिमे सत्रे सत्रस्यास्य अध्यक्षरूपेण विराजन्ते प्रोफेसर् बी.एस्. मूर्ति महाभागाः। ते अचिरादेव आगमिष्यन्ति। अतः अस्मिन् सत्रे पत्र समर्पकाः वर्तन्ते कल्याण चक्रवर्ती महाभागाः। एते आन्ध्रभाषायां गैर्वाण्याञ्च कृतभूरि परिश्रमाः अवधानिनश्च वर्तन्ते। एते आस्ट्रेलिया देशतः भागग्रहणं कुर्वन्तः सन्ति। एते महान्तः पर्यावरणे ये ये वैज्ञानिकाः अंशाः वर्तन्ते तेषाम् अंशानां परिशोधने कृतभूरि परिश्रमाः। ते अद्य साफ्ट्वेयर क्लाउड सॉल्यूशन्स आर्किटेक्ट इत्यंशम् अधिकृत्य उपाधिम् एतादृशम् उपाधिं ते एतादृश उपाधिभाजः वर्तन्ते। ते स्वकीय पत्र प्रस्तोतं कर्तुम् अत्र आन्लैन् माध्यमेन आगताः। तेभ्यः कुलपति पक्षतः एवं विश्वविद्यालय पक्षतः सत्रपक्षतश्च हार्दिकं स्वागतं व्याहरामि। स्वकीय पत्र समर्पणेन सर्वान् अस्मान् अनुगृह्णन्त्विति तान् अभ्यर्थयेऽहं। कल्याण चक्रवर्ती महाभागाः भवद्भ्यः स्वागतं व्याहरन्नस्मि। स्वकीय पत्र प्रस्तुतं कुर्वन्त्विति भवतः अहम् अनुरुन्धे।
शुक्लांबरधरं विष्णुं शशिवर्णं चतुर्भुजं प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये। अगजानन पद्मार्कं गजाननमहर्निशम् अनेकदं तं भक्तानाम् एकदन्तमुपास्महे। ज्ञानानन्दमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिम् आधारं सर्वविद्यानां यद्ग्रीवमुपास्महे। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णुः गुरुदेवो महेश्वरः गुरुः साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। बुद्धिर्बलं यशोधैर्यं निर्भयत्वमरोगता अजाड्यं वाक्पटुत्वं च हनुमत्स्मरणात् भवेत्। My namaskarams to all the dignitaries there. This is a wonderful morning here in Australia and as well as India. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present my paper on a comparative introduction between meteorological predictions as well as gurus, starting from Sadasiva Swami, in between Adi Shankaracharya and Asmad Acharya, along with the Acharyas there in the Vedic University, and all the listeners who are dignitaries there who are well versed in all sorts of knowledge systems in Indian Vedic systems around. And this is such a nice opportunity from myself and from Australia as well to participate here and to share some of the knowledge which we all know as well. Just I want to share it from my perspective, from a research perspective. I stand on the shoulders of the giants. All this research which has been done before is by great persons, and I'm referring to them and presenting this to you before all of you, and all the knowledge imparted by the saints, rishis, who are the excellent scientists the world has seen. And this is the time India is rising, Bharat, our own Bharat Khanda is rising, and this is a time for entire world to know how much we contributed in various aspects of the human knowledge. So all the entire human knowledge is in Vedas, and I'm going to present one part of it, as a predictive analysis. So these days, everybody, because I come from software background, I'm a cloud computing software architect, as well as by God's grace and my guru's blessings, I also learn and do avadhanam as well, and that is also for benefit of temples and all the Sanatana Dharma margam, in the Sanatana Dharma margam. So initially, with the Lord Sri Venkateswara's blessings, today's topic of weather prediction. Now, why I mentioned about the software background is the world is going towards artificial intelligence. So if you have to say artificial intelligence, how everything is working, we all have been, or we are indirectly also right now using a lot of artificial intelligence tools. For example, if anybody is using WhatsApp, there is a WhatsApp AI embedded into it from Meta. Similarly, Microsoft Copilot. So if anybody is using Teams, there's a Microsoft Copilot, which is an artificial intelligence branch of it. And we all know about ChatGPT, which has been in the news for long. Now, all these systems, how do they work? Based on a data set. And based on a data set, they are trained and made to predict the best outcome and then present it. So when we ask a artificial intelligence system like an AI system like ChatGPT to write something in a similar vein of Shakespeare, it has a huge data set of Shakespeare's poems, and then it picks up from that data set and presents it in a nice paragraph for us, or in like a poem. So even the current artificial intelligence systems is based on a data set, on an observation. Now, our Vedic studies, especially in predictive studies, they are also based on some centuries of data, not just decades of data. Now, if we see the data set behind a ChatGPT is probably 2021 data or 2022 data. Till 2021 or till 2022, what is the data set? It is there. So in a way, our latest artificial intelligence system is also restrictive. It's restrictive based on only its data set. But our Indian system has been from 5,000 years. So each year's all these weather predictions, which we simply say that this is a weather prediction, it may not work or may work, but it will work because a meticulous observation of the planetary systems and its effect on the human life has been recorded in Vedic system from ages, and it has moved through different uh, centuries as a Guru Parampara. That is where the beauty of our all Vedic system lies, wherein all these observations, we have a wonderful Akshara system. So each Aksharam has a number associated to it, right? And has its own meaning also associated to it. So a slokam, simple slokam, can have multiple meanings based on the Aksharam's number or Aksharam's meaning, right? And our sages, our sages are so intelligent that they predicted that we can grasp or we may not able to grasp. So that's why a profound concept also is presented in a simple language, like Vishnu Sahasranamam. It can have multiple meanings for multiple persons who is able to invest time and understand. Similarly, this particular my topic on presentation, weather prediction or the rainfall prediction, from a Vedic perspective and a meteorological perspective, a comparative introduction, because I can only introduce the subject because this is so vast, and the data from the subjective analysis is also so vast that a simple talk may not do the complete justice. And I, from my side also, I'm only aiming to give a small introduction there, so that they'll be including from Australian perspective as well. We can embrace the knowledge which Vedic system is giving to the entire world. So with this premise, I'm starting with first introducing the main papers, the reference papers. So I have been referring multiple texts, starting with Brihat Samhita by Varahamihira. So the English translation and the text was given for the Brihat Samhita in 1946, and that was by Vidwan M. Ramakrishna Bhatt. So Pandita Bhushana V. Subramanya Shastri and Vidwan M. Ramakrishna Bhatt in 1946 has given the Brihat Samhita's English translation and notes. I refer to that one. And then there are two excellent papers in 2012 by three sages, I will call, three dignitaries, Vanadeep K, Mr. Vanadeep K, Mr. Sadasivamurthy R, and Mr. Krishnaya M. In 2012, they have two wonderful papers which also they deal with a complete meticulous study. To the end of it, they presented it, and I'm referring to those two studies and presenting this paper to you as a talk, so that we all can appreciate the knowledge we have, our Vedic system is offering, and then what else we also can do. So the Brihat Samhita of Varahamihira, that's a 5,000 years old text, especially from 1500 years back onwards, 1500 years back. This text was compiled by Varahamihira in such a treatise. He from cloud formation to the omens to the rainfall predictions. So everything has been explained. Even the comets, like their transitions on the sun, and all this complete star constellations, we call it, right? Asterisms. So their behavior and the effects on us, he has noted them so succinctly that, and those predictions, let me start with the results, so that we'll appreciate it instead of directly going into the subject. The results have been so much encouraging that in 2012, in a data set of some decades before that, especially from 1990s till 2012, the data set has been chosen, and the data was given from IMD. So all these paper presenters who did this one, from Indian Meteorological Department's data, they took the rainfall actual data, and they compared with the Varahamihira's slokas and the predictions. And this is very I personally I felt that was wonderful, because 1500-year-old text, and in between there are a lot of events happened, including climate change. The current climate change scenario has been so faster that everything is changing. Everywhere it is flooding. Even if you see Indonesia's Jakarta is getting flooded, the capital of Indonesia is getting flooded, right? Venice is getting flooded. All are submerging because of the rising sea level. So in this scenario also, still it holds good up to 55%. A 1500-year-old text is able to predict even today's climate, even in this climate change scenario, up to 55%, 60% success rate. I would say it is excellent, because now I'll tell you the way a Bureau of Meteorology from Australia or European Meteorological Center, how do they predict the weather? They have multiple data sets. Now we are comparing a 1500-year-old text with polar orbiting meteorological satellites. The data taken by a simple weather prediction comes from a meteorological satellite in polar orbit, right? And geostationary satellites and high altitude aircrafts and voluntary observing ships, because they place the ships in Southern Ocean, Antarctica and Pacific as well, to understand all the El Nino effects. And then there's a satellite ground station which collects all this data. And there are pilotless aircrafts. Right now we are using drones to collect the precipitation information, right? And these drones and the rain gauges and the observatory centers. There even today, everything is all based on observation. So all these together feeds the data into a software model, and that software model has years and years of data from observed history. So observed history can be 200 years back or 100 years back, based on the availability of data set. With this in picture and a supercomputer computing power, it is actually processing trillions of data points and giving a weather report, saying that okay, today it can be this much, tomorrow it can be this much, it may rain, may not rain, and up to 10 days it is able to predict like this. The current weather models, what we are seeing in the news, right? And if you go to US, it has its own observatory, and all of Europe has all the Central Europe has a observatory which also caters to Australia, India, and America as well, because it's located in the central position. It has its own, all this equipment, it has its own. This much of computing power, like I told you, trillions and trillions of data churning happens, and then it gives a 10 days weather forecast. Now compare this much of machinery and this much of manpower with a 1500-year-old Vedic text, and then the text is able to predict 55% success rate. Now isn't it so wonderful? Now the 55% also, I would say, because of the changed climatic conditions, it is not the same Bharat 1500 years back. It is not the same. For example, the Chennai is not the same Chennai, not the same Chennapatnam even 10 years back, even, or let's say even for 30 years or 40 years back, the Chennapatnam is not the same as today's Chennapatnam, based on the climate. The climate change has been that much huge. And even instead of all these challenges, if the text is able to predict up to that level, I would say it is exemplary knowledge, and that is what we have to take care of, as well as take the worthy note of. I would say all the governments also to take a worthy note of this kind of a Vedic system, which is it can work in conjunction with the current models. That's what I'm trying to propose. The Vedic system, what is already there, the governments also can use that system and also keep them in their predictive models, so that the actual farmer can benefit. So I would like to explain a little bit of a prediction in Brihad Samhita. There was a point which actually caught my eye very nicely. So when the moon is in conjunction with Rohini, so different Kartis, the Rohini Karti, the stars, Rohini Nakshatram. So because we are a lunar based calendar, when the moon is in conjunction with Rohini, seeds of all varieties of food grains are to be immersed in a vessel containing water. This text is from Rohini Yoga Jhaya. your Rohini Yoga Chaya, 24th chapter. So when the moon is in conjunction with Rohini, seeds of all varieties of food grains are to be immersed in a vessel containing water. Take a vessel, keep all the food grains, whatever we regularly harvest, right? It has to be sensibly and judicially observed that which of these seeds and what percentage of them has sprouted. So when moon is in Rohini, in conjunction with Rohini, now observe all the seeds placed in the vessel of water and see which of them are getting sprouted, and that too how many of them, the percentage of them, success rate in them, the sprouts, and then only those grains which has a high success rate has to be planted. So because the prediction says only those grains will have higher level of successful harvest. Now I would say this small text in between the Brihat Samhita, it can be easily lost in translation, but at the same time, if it catches the eye of a great minister or an government machinery, this is an amazing prediction wherein every year during that kind of a season wherein the moon is with Rohini, they can, as a trial basis, it's always like any scientific observation, it is also like a pilot project, a trial basis. They can try for some years, collect the data, wherein the farmers, the government can say, okay, farmers, those kind of seeds which they are regularly using, try them in this kind of keeping them in water and seeing the success rate in sprouting during that time, and only plant them so that they don't have the crop loss, because the crop loss is a huge issue we all know across the our farming community, and that's where the lot of rates of suicides were also there, which we know, because along with coupled with debt, the crop loss is also the harvest loss because of the changing climate situation and many other socio-economic factors. Now, with this kind of information from a Vedic system, if the government, and why I'm saying government is because they have resources as well. They will have the resources, and this is a small effort from our side. So try this kind of a thing, seeds in the water, and whichever is successful, then ask the farmers or advise the farmers to harvest those, so that the success rate can be better and we can avoid the crop loss, and with that we can try to avoid the economic pains, and maybe we can address the bigger problem with a small solution. Sometimes the bigger problem can have smaller solutions and meaningful solutions, and this is where I'm driving the points here, because this prediction has a backing of a scientific observation as well, because all this data churning has happened, and the paper which I mentioned, all the three dignitaries, like I told initially, I stand on the shoulders of the giants, because this all information is their meticulous work. Now when I'm reading this, when I'm reading it in a text wise, and when I see the results, I just felt amazed, and I thought this is the correct medium where I can also able to project this one, and I can say this to my son and my next people also, because this is where we impart the education. Right? I thought this kind of this is one point which I told you, and the paper has a entire graph explaining the data set. So like I told, the reference paper which I had it, so I'll be sharing that to our community after this one, once we finish the talk. But this is only one point which I told. So the period of study which were again happened is from 1992-93 to 2000-2003, and during that period this data from Indian Meteorological Department was taken into consideration and carefully compiled and formulated, comparing with all the Brihat Samhita's verses. So Brihat Samhita, like I told, it is a big treatise. Like one simple thing on Brihat Samhita can take multiple hours of discourse or multiple hours of discussion as well. Like between all of us, we can sit and discuss a lot whether we can take this into into account or not, because that's where the scientific part of it. And I, from a perspective of a software architect as well, I feel Indian system of education, or Indian system of Vedic education, like I have to say correctly, is the most scientific education. We have logic in the core, because outside I have been hearing a lot of things from my childhood. So we keep on using all the Sanskrit mantras in our education and all, and they say it is simply a different thing, not too logical, or not really for these times. This is what they have been telling. But I would, with on this stage, I would really urge all my friends, all my contemporaries, all everybody who has this other notion outside. So the Vedic University is the main uh, main stage, which is from which I am giving this small suggestion for other friends of me, other friends who are in software, or who just lost their roots. I would say try to come back and see. This is the most logical subject in entire world, because Siksha, Vyakarana, Nyaya, all Shastras, they have logic inside it, right? And by great Swami Vivekananda himself, he says, anything which makes us spiritually, or uh, very, lessen us, our intellect, reject it as poison, he says. And that is coming from a yogi who has a full yogic instruction in Sanskrit, and who has a full command on all the Vedic knowledge. And he says that with such a conviction, that shows how much our Vedic system is logical. And with that logic, two persons can amicably sit and discuss. So Brihat Samhita, or any other Sanskrit text for that matter, two persons can sit amicably, discuss, identify its good things, and then propose it to the government. So government also will should take care of that kind of good points out of it. Having said that, which I think everybody was also doing, I just want to keep it as a point here. Now, Brihat Samhita, like I told, I have multiple things. I'll telling some of the predictions which may be of interest to us. So the cloud formation, like the rainfall patterns and all, like I explained, a rainfall prediction from a current meteorological perspective has multiple points. So the air pressure. So if I have to point it from a Western knowledge perspective, the rainfall predictions happens with especially in India, because again I have to point this one. India, or Bharat for that matter, is geographically different than Australia, which I'm here. So in Australia there are only 4 rutus, so the 4 seasons, and rainy season, interestingly, is not part of it. So rains happen to keep on raining across different seasons in Australia. And that too, Australia has a arid climate. So if you see Australian geography, the middle of Australia, the largest landmass of Australia, is a desert, complete desert, no water. But still, the coastal areas were so much in Palavantam, we call it in Sanskrit, right? So coastal areas have a lot of diversity, but the middle of Australia is entirely desert. So we cannot really compare Australia and India. So the geographical wise, also our text, we have to look at that way, wherein it caters mainly to the point of view. So all our text is based from an Indian or Bharat Khanda point of view. Chappana Desha, we call 56 countries together is Bharat Khanda at one point. Now everything was scattered across, like Afghanistan, say Nepal, everything at one point was in Bharat Khanda. So from a Bharat Khanda perspective, this text is there. So we have to understand how the Bharat Khanda Western people use the regression models. So they take into consideration Arabian Sea surface temperature, Eurasian snow cover, Northwest European mean temperature, and the Nino effects, the El Nino or La Nina we call it, either too much rainfall or a no rainfall scenario. Nino effects, South Indian Ocean Index, East Asia air pressures, European pressures. Europe has some air pressures, so European air pressure, and then wind patterns. This is the meteorological regression models parameters on which they form up a prediction. Now, similarly, Brihat Samhita has all these kind of things. Clouds, it starts with clouds, cloud pattern, wind pattern, and also the star pattern it takes into picture. So with all these cloud patterns, wind patterns, and star patterns, Brihat Samhita proposes, okay, so and so on a so and so date, this may happen. So what it says, I cannot really completely go into all the predictions, but as a example, I'm saying lunar conjunctions as per Brihat Samhita, they start with pregnancy of clouds. This is a wonderful point again. Western, as per the Western things, the clouds are formed based on the water vapor, and on that day itself, or on that particular point itself, the clouds are formed and they get together or scattered across. In a simple terms to explain, they just mention up to here. But our Brihat Samhita, it goes to the extent saying that the clouds are formed as similar to how we form in the mother's womb, Garbha. So he proposes, Varahamihira proposes a wonderful concept called Garbhadharana, and Garbhadharana of a cloud. So he says the gestation period of a cloud is 195 days. So the minute the water as a vapor comes from the surface of earth to the top, from there till 195 days, the cloud is getting formed. So anything can form in between, which causes the cloud to disorient. Like a wind can make the cloud disappear, or anything in that matter. So from Garbhadharana to actual the cloud giving the correct rainfall, it takes 195 days as per Brihat Samhita. So that also is explained, especially it says that when the moon passes through the Purvashada asterism is again the star constellation. So Purvashada asterism, when the moon passes through it, beginning from the first day of Shukla Paksha in the month of Margasira, the fetus or the cloud gets forming. Okay, will be released after 195 solar days when the moon again passes through the same asterism as per the laws of revolution. This is called Garbhadharana, and anything can happen in between. So that's where he says if there be excess of rain at the time of formation of fetus, for example, already there will be a matured cloud there, and some other cloud is getting just forming at that time. So if there will be an excessive rain at that time of formation, this could lead to the destruction of fetuses should the amount of rainfall exceed 1/8 of a drona. We call droni. Probably we in the news will say alpa droni. Right? Droni or drona. So drona is the amount of measure for rainfall in those days. So we know in mm's, right? So 1/8 of a drona is 8 mm of rainfall in our modern rain gauge. 8 mm rainfall in modern gauge is 1/8 of a drona. So 1 drona is 64 mm of rainfall in modern gauge. Simple, right? So that will lead to a miscarriage of fetus, wherein during the formation of fetus, if there is an excessive rain, so that is as simple as when the water vapor is moving up, if there's a rain, this will also come down as a water. Simple. So, and the 4 days commencing from 8th lunar day of Shukla Paksha, of Jyeshtha, in a Jyeshtha month, Shukla Paksha, 8th lunar day, the 4 days from then, if they are sustained by winds, dharanas, it will prove beneficial if they are accompanied by soft and auspicious breezes from north, northeast, and east. This is so it explains various, because we have 8 directions: north, northeast, and east, and you have to understand it's a breeze. So in the Jyeshtha Mantha, Shukla Paksha of Jyeshtha Mantha, 8th day onwards, 8th lunar day onwards, for 4 days, if the breezes from north, northeast, and east are favorable or accompanied, then it will be a beneficial rainfall for that for the formation of for the cloud. So the cloud can be filled with good water there. So this is how the Brihad Samhita explains right from the starting of the cloud formation, how what affects the cloud to disorient, or what affects the cloud to form correctly. This is sloka 6-7 onwards in 21st chapter of Garbhalakshanam. Right? Similarly, like I told, I can explain like this. So if it rains under the Shatabhishak astram, Jyeshta and Swati, the rainfall amounts to 4 dronas. If it happens in Kritika, it will be 10 dronas. 14 dronas of rainfall can be expected during the season if it rains under the stars of Shravana, Makha, Anuradha, Bharani, Mola. See the amount of information we can, in plain English I am telling you, so that you know, because everybody can have a list of it. Now this list goes on and on and on in 700 slokas. And imagine how many lists we can make and how much we can compare. Right? In these two papers, they compared main 27 to 33 slokas and then its effects, which came up with such a humongous work. Now imagine if 757 slokas, if we have the resources of researching each sloka with the entire data of IMD, or for that matter across the world, how much we can impart. Now I used to get a small question from my friends. My friends will immediately used to ask me, okay, weather predictions are more correct than these predictions. Why? So that is also a logical question. So I would take that logical question, and I used to, then we have a wonderful, again, the answer lies in the question itself. In India, in Bharat Khanda, like I told, Chappana Desha, if you remember, during the king's rule, each king has their own Purohita. So each Purohita is well versed. He used to have a system of Purohits. Now Purohita has a system of Acharyas, right? They are well versed in local conditions and Panchangam, right? Panchangam is not a standalone subject, and it is not like in the YouTube these days very famously everybody is saying the prediction using Panchangam. Panchangam is not a complete, what to say, a generic, cannot be generalized for every geography. Indian Panchangam cannot work for Australia. Simple thing, because Australia's latitude and longitude are different. Now, if we import the Indian Panchangam and try to compare with Australian rainfall, it won't work. For the simple reason, Australia is in completely different latitude and longitude. So the entire calculations which has to be done has to be to that latitude and longitude, and that calculations are very intensive. Now I'll just ask to think or prod in the direction which I told initially. To compile the weather of 10 days, they are taking trillions of data calculations, trillions, and the supercomputer is doing it on a regular basis. Now imagine how much calculations we have to do from Panchangam perspective for a localized. So a Panchangam is a localized with local knowledge as well. Across all this Chappana Desha of Bharata Khanda, each have their own version of Panchangam, which is not completely similar to the other Panchangam because of the latitude longitude differences. As simple as that. Now, with all this information they used to predict, and that used to be spot on. Now, when we are losing the information, when we are losing the knowledge, or we're trying to completely generalize, that is where the 55% success rate is coming, because the calculations are done only as a generalized perspective, but not as complete localized up to the exact point. So if we are able to have that kind of resources to exactly calculate for every point, then I'm sure this Vedic system will come to 80%, 90%, because Vedic system is true. Veda itself is true. Truth itself is Veda. Satyam is the lifeblood of entire Sanatana Dharma, and Veda will not go beyond that. So whatever Veda says is Satyam, and all this information, all this Jyotishya or Vedangas, they are part of them. So whatever we are right now doing, if we do them correctly, correctly in the sense like how it's explained, then we can reap more benefits is what I sincerely feel. And again, I'm touching about the Panchangam as well, because this 5,000 years of knowledge, Panchangam, not simple. And I just want to dispel one small. Again, this is again based on the observations of elders, right? So Panchangam, there's a small misconception around saying that Greeks were the first ones who had the this knowledge, and then we got it from them. No, Indian Panchanga system is from 5,000 years. Now, it's more ancient than any other civilization. We have this knowledge, and we have this knowledge from then, right? So this has been with us from long. So any other explanation in between is for various reasons, which is out of our purview at this time. So ancient systems we have to respect, and probably we have to respect because to get more benefit out of it. This is all for our own perspective, because the Yajna, Yaga, everything they do for Indra, Varuna. So we are nature worshippers, and we respect nature, and that's why we live in harmony. So that harmonious nature, which is coming from India, is a Vishwa Guru because of that harmonious nature only. So now the Panchangam, again, there is a good list of Kartis, Bharani Karti, Kritika Karti, Rohini Karti, Mrigasira Karti, Ardra Karti, Punarvasu Karti, Pushyami Karti, Aslesha, Makha, Purvashada or Pobba Karti, Uttarashada Karti, Hasta Karti, Chitta Karti, Swati, Vishakha, Anuradha, Jeshta, Mola. 18 Kartis we have. Just on the sun's, like every day we have one nakshatra based on the moon. Similarly, for sun also will be in one nakshatra, and per month it may be 1 or 2 Karti periods. So this Panchangam, our Indian Panchangam, has a list of all these Kartis and the rainfall predictions at that time. So we can also use that prediction model, this is generic prediction model now, to understand. Okay, it may rain. So now typical weather report I'm coming. It may rain. I have to use a small Telugu word here. Cheduru maduru vanalu padatai. That cheduru maduru can be from small rain to a big uppena also. So the cheduru maduru is that much. It has that much of a thing. So that kind of predictions are made by our meteorology sometimes. But similarly, or better than that, our Panchangam gives on each Karti what is the chance of rainfall. Like on Bharani Karti, it has a good rainfall. Kritika Karti, low rainfall. Rohini Karti, normal monsoon after starts. So Mrigasira Karti, low again. Ardra Karti, good to very good. So it gives a basic template where we can plan our activities, the farmers especially. So telling all these things, I would say really this is a wonderful opportunity given to me. This, like I told, this is a comparative study between. So the Panchanga system, I'll just conclude with one thing. The Panchanga system, because I told, varies from a wider range of subject. So it has a success rate of 9.7% to 94%. That is the overall percentages across the rainfall predictions from a Panchangam perspective. Like I compared with Brihat Samhita, right? Similarly, Panchangam also I'm telling. So Panchangam's perspective, when we compare to IMD data, it says 9.7% to 94.4%. The wide range of success rate across between them. So it depends on the correct calculations as well. So these two I thought of presenting to you, and I would also like take this opportunity to give my profound thanks to Acharyas there and VC sir there, and thank you so much for the VC sir for giving me this opportunity to present this small comparative study to all your dignitaries. And I would like to take this forward as well, this kind of research, so that this will help a lot for other countries as well. We have in Australia, we started our own Panchangam by God's grace. One of the great Pandit here from 33 years is giving a Panchangam. So similarly, I would like to take this forward, this research, and I urge other countries also probably take this benefit out of this research and try to embed them in their own predictive models. And thank you so much again for Vedic University, Sri Venkateswara Vedic University, and Sri VC sir, and all the dignitaries there. Thank you so much.
कल्याण चक्रवर्ती महाभागेभ्यः धन्यवादाः समर्प्यन्ते। तत्र बृहत्संहितायां 12 वर्तते, गर्भधारणाध्यायः इति। तत्र ज्येष्ठसिते यदि वायुधारणं भवति तदानीं वर्षप्रभावः कथं भवति इत्यादिना महान् विचारस्तत्र प्रवृत्तः। तम् आधारीकृत्य वर्षप्रभावः कथं भवति इति, लोके कथं तत्र वर्षः पतति इति महर्षिभिः प्रोक्तं वर्तते। तच्च विज्ञानम् आधुनिकेऽस्मिन् कालेऽपि परिशोधनार्थम् उपयुज्यते। इदमेव तत्र भारतीयविज्ञाने विद्यमानं मुख्यतमं विषयमिति तैः अत्र तत्र समर्पणं कृतं। धन्यवादाः समर्प्यन्ते तेभ्यः। महता परिश्रमेण विभिन्नदेशेभ्यः अत्र पत्रप्रस्तोतारः आहूयन्ते। तेषु अन्यतमाः सन्ति कल्याणचक्रवर्ती महाभागाः। आगामिनि काले अपि यत्र यत्र अयं विचारः प्रवर्तते तत्र भवतः साहाय्यम् अस्माभिः स्वीक्रियते इति पुनरेकवारं धन्यवादः उक्त्वा इदानीम् अस्य सत्रस्य अध्यक्षाः सन्ति VS मूर्तिमहाभागाः। तेभ्यः नमस्कारान् व्याहृत्य कृपया सभास्थानम् अलङ्कुर्वन्तीति, अध्यक्षपदम् अलङ्कुर्वन्तीति अहम् अभ्यर्थये। इदानीं प्रोफेसर् VS मूर्तिमहाभागाः स्ववचोभिः अस्मान् प्रोत्साहयन्ति। तेभ्यः निवेद्यते किञ्चित् प्रस्तुत्य अमुं सत्रं सभाजयन्तु इति।
Before we listen to the wonderful and enlightening lecture of Professor V.S. Muthigar, a couple of words I would like to say about what V.S. Muthigar is. Professor B. Srinivasa Muthigar, am I right, sir? Professor Bodhara Srinivasa Muthigar. He is the director of, very dynamic director of Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. And we can see many IIT professors and IIT directors, but he is one of the rarest directors who has a keen interest in IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. That's why they have introduced almost all branches of IKS in their institution along with the modern subjects. That's an epitome of the things to be noted by all of us. And particularly, he has MOU, and through MOU he has connection with our Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi also. So, though he is a professor in modern scientific subjects, his proficiency in ancient Indian knowledge systems also is equally good on par with all those who hail from Sanskrit field. Such a great personality he is. Particularly, his expertise is in the field of metallurgy, ancient Indian metallurgy. So we are fortunate enough. One of the practical subjects of our ancient Indian knowledge systems is metallurgy. That's why he did a lot of work in it. As far as I know, I was through Professor Satyarani Garu of IIT Tirupati, I got the introduction of B.S. Murthy Garu. He told me that Murthy Garu is an expert in metallurgy. I do not know. There may be many other areas of expertise in our IKS, sir. So, to my little knowledge, I am introducing you, and I welcome you, sir, for the very introduction.
Good morning, friends. I am not an expert in Sanskrit. Learned a little bit during my school days in Vijayawada. That's the only thing I know. Yes, I am a metallurgist, definitely, because I started my life with a diploma in metallurgy in Vijayawada Polytechnic. That is where I started my life. Government Polytechnic Vijayawada, I learned metallurgy. But I studied in a school which is called Sisvidya Mandiram in Vijayawada, where the roots of my interest in Vedic sciences have been seeded, because we used to have every day a period, a class called Puja, and almost the 18 chapters of Bhagavad Gita we as school children we have by hearted almost every astakas and variety of those. I was able to learn those days, and the interest in Indian heritage has grown from those days. Then I moved from Vijayawada Polytechnic to do a B.Tech in metallurgy in a place called Nagpur, REC Nagpur, which is now called NIT Nagpur. Like we have NIT Varangal, there is one NIT in Nagpur. Then I went to Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, did my master's and PhD in metallurgy, all through everything metallurgy. And then joined IIT Kharagpur, the oldest IIT, in 1992, and worked there as a professor for about 12 years. Moved to IIT Madras to come close to my parents who used to live in Vijayawada, because Kharagpur was very far. And then 15 years I lived there. That's where I met one Sanskrit scholar who used to tell me that in every scripture there are so much aspects of scientific knowledge hidden, and it all depends on the way you look at it. And he used to tell me that every Sanskrit word can have different meanings depending on the context you look at it. It can have a spiritual meaning, it can have a scientific meaning, it can have different other meanings. And then I got interested. 2000, more or less 2004 I joined IIT Madras. Within 1 year I met him. Then 10 years from there, almost 2015. In fact, when there was a previous Vice Chancellor of this university in 2014 or so, I came here. We were talking about Rasa Shastra. So my interest was to see if we can actually implement it. See, many a times about all this, the so-called foreigners always say, where are the proofs? You talk a lot, but you don't prove anything. It is something that typically the so-called contemporary scientists from overseas always ask. So we wanted to do experiments in our lab and prove that this is something which all our ancient great Mahatmas have actually experimented and demonstrated, which somehow we have lost over the years and hundreds of years and the close to 500 years of slavery that we went through. I think we have actually lost self-esteem, I would say. We have lost confidence in ourselves. There is a Greek saying which says, you are what you think you are. If you think you are small, you will forever remain to be small. If you think you are big, there is at least a chance for you to become big. I always tell my students and colleagues, there is a huge tree inside every seed. We should see that tree inside the seed. When you see that and nurture it, then automatically one day it becomes. And that is something that I thought through our research. I am a microscopist and look at atoms in microscope. In fact, I used to bring even school children to show. We have huge microscopes. For example, right now at IIT Hyderabad, we have recently purchased a microscope which costed 27 crores. 27 crores for a microscope, where you can see atoms in 3 dimensions inside a material. For example, if you say a steel composed of iron and carbon, I want to see where is carbon sitting inside a piece of, let's say this is a steel rod. Where is carbon sitting, where is iron sitting? If I want to see, this kind of microscopes can show. And there are only 3 such pieces of that microscope in the whole world. The 4th piece is now sitting at IIT Hyderabad. Okay? And I wanted to bring students and tell them that it is not that everything on the other side is great. Similar great things we can also do it here. We don't need to always think, just run away to a place like that and settle down there and think that life here is better than in India. This is typically what many of my friends keep talking about who got settled there. And I say that there is a lot to learn here, provided we come together. I always thought that there is a significant wall between people like you, with all due respect, and people like us. First of all, the way we dress is different, and the way we possibly think also is different. You look at Vedas from a different perspective possibly. I was just asking Murthy Garu that I would like to meet all those who want to look at Vedas only from a scientific perspective rather than any other perspective. That is something. For example, I have 600 undergraduate students, BTech students I admit at IIT Hyderabad every year. We have a total of 4,800 students at IIT Hyderabad, out of which 1,400 students are PhD students, and about 1,400 students are master students, and the remaining 2,000 students are undergraduate students. Many of them think always that on the other side of the world, they are much greater than us. And it is important for all of us to inculcate a feeling in all these students that there is something really great on this side, this part of the world. And that you have to demonstrate not through just scriptures alone, but the scriptures brought to a lab and demonstrated in a lab. And that's how I have taken it up at IIT Madras with this friend of mine. And for about 10 years we did a lot of experiments. I am one of those who are called as nanotechnologists. Okay, work on nanotechnology, nanoparticles, how nanoparticles can have significantly better properties than general metals and alloys is something that was my field of research all through. And with this friend of mine, we were able to make nanoparticles from the shlokas from certain scriptures. He used to say that if I can translate this shloka in a proper perspective, it will give you a complete formula of how to make a particular alloy. And we used to do those experiments on our lab and were writing papers, publishing in the journals in which every modern scientist from Australia and America used to publish. And that gave me confidence that I can see it from my own eyes that we can do this. And with that confidence, when I moved to IIT Hyderabad, I thought, let us do a bigger experiment of trying to inculcate this knowledge into the students. For example, when I was an undergraduate metallurgy student, I heard that steel was first made by somebody called Bessemer in London, in UK. I did not know until much later that steel was first made in the borders of Andhra and Karnataka, and it was called ukku. In Telugu, steel is called ukku. In Tamil, people call it yek. Okay? And that steel, which was made 2000 years back, much before the great grandfather of this Bessemer was possibly even born, was so strong that it could cut a helmet into two pieces. Alexander the Great was supposed to have used that steel which had originated from India. People did not know how to pronounce this word called ukku. They started calling it as woods. Nowadays everything we talk in terms of Google. If you go to Google and put WOOTZ, woods, you will see enormous literature on this particular steel that was made in India. And what is more interesting as a metallurgist is that that wood steel which the samurais of Japan have used, Alexander the Great has used, and so many other warriors have used, and it was used as a sword which can cut anything. So strong. And what is interesting is, in metallurgy, if something is very strong, it is not ductile, it is brittle. Strength and brittleness always go together. For example, if you take a coffee cup, you throw it on the floor, it breaks. It is not deformable, it is not malleable, it is strong. But strength and ductility never go together. Strength and malleability never go together to a large extent. But what is interesting is this particular steel, which had almost 1.4% carbon. In metallurgy we know a steel, if it has more carbon, it is more brittle. More strong, but at the same time more brittle. But to make a sword, somebody has to make a blade, hammer it and make it into a thin sheet. Sword is nothing but like a thin sheet which is used to cut something. And if you hammer something which is brittle, take it, ceramic cup, hammer it, it breaks. It does not deform. What kind of a technology our people had that they were able to say such a hard steel, but still were able to deform. We struggle now in 2023-24 to make such steels. Oxford and Cambridge, there are so many professors who have taken up this research to make exactly the same steel, which is called the wood steel, which was made 2000 or 2500 years back in India, and replicate it in their laboratories. They were not very successful. And all this knowledge has just vanished, gone with the wind kind of. Possibly we never had seminars like this those days, maybe, I do not know. And transfer of knowledge possibly did not happen. Putting that in the form of books, possibly, whatever may be the reasons, I cannot go back. It was all there, but our friends who have come from outside, okay, must have kind of burnt them away. I do not know. Okay, but what the fact remains is this has become a knowledge where we boast about, but something which is not being implemented now. And what is more interesting is, as a nanotechnologist, somebody took a piece of this steel from a museum. Nowadays it's only available in museums, nowhere else. Nobody knows how to make this steel of that strength with that same composition. Measuring the composition of the steel piece which is there in museum is not very difficult. We have all the technology available, we have machines available which are called spectroscopes. Okay, I can measure the composition, but just being able to measure the composition does not make me capable enough to make such a similar alloy with similar properties, because the technology possibly was lost. Somebody took a piece of that and put it into a microscopes like what I handle, where you can see at a very small scale, at the nanometric level. For your information, at size of an atom is measured in what is called angstrom. Okay? Sorry, I am trying to teach a little bit, which is possibly to great people. I am sorry for that. And this is a unit. If I know what is called millimeter, somebody talked about millimeters in terms of rainfall. 1,000th of a millimeter is a micrometer. 1,000th of a micrometer is called nanometer. And 1/10th of a nanometer is called angstrom. That is the size of an atom. That means it is like 1 by the side you put 10 zeros. That is the size of an atom in terms of millimeters, if you want to talk. And those atoms, when they come together and form a structure, the structural dimensions, we try to see them using these microscopes. And when somebody looked at this piece, they suddenly found out that there are something interesting there, that it has what are called carbon nanotubes in them. Carbon nanotube is something which people have discovered in 1990. Until then nobody knew what it means by carbon nanotube. Now all the scientists are chemists, metallurgists like that, we are all excited about it. And a lot of great properties of that carbon nanotubes, people talk about it. And it has become a very important subject. And a lot of applications have come out of it. But what is interesting is a steel that was made 2000 years back had those nanostructures inside the steel. How did somebody know? At that particular point of time, was it accidental? Or was it deliberately embedded into the steel? Did they have the technology to make a carbon nanostructure and embed it into a steel? This is something which is fascinating. For a metallurgist like me, I really feel elated when I see. But what I feel what is more relevant now is to see how do we inculcate this knowledge to our current students. Those who, the moment you talk of heritage, they don't think great about it. Nationalistic feeling that we talk about when we talk about Bharatiyata. Okay? Bharatiyata is all about our heritage. Okay? And our heritage, this is the essence of our heritage. Our heritage is not just religion. People talk about where religion stops. spirituality starts there. Okay? And that's the spirituality that great Maharshis talked about it. And with that spiritual angle, they were able to think many things that are much beyond Varaha Mihira. Just now Kalyan Chakravarti Garu talked about it. All these great scientists, whether you talk about starting from Bhaskara, Aryabhatta, every one of them. Incidentally, all our hostels in IIT Hyderabad are all named after these people. I told my students, we should put only such names whose name every day you see the board and you hear. You should be able to feel proud to have come from such a country, that you belong to such a country. But what is more important is, what do I do for that country? What am I doing to bring out that knowledge and take that glory to the rest of the world? And with that intention, we started 5 Sanskrit courses at IIT Hyderabad to begin with. I said, let every student of IIT Hyderabad learn Sanskrit. Right now I can say 300, 400, 500 students. It's voluntary. We don't force anybody. But there are students who are coming forward. We started with Samskrita Bharati. Many of you probably know. Samskrita Bharati is a Delhi-based organization, but it has branches all over the country. They freely teach Sanskrit. So that is how we have started Sanskritam at IIT Hyderabad. But what was my interest is, you should put it at different levels, so that the student, by the time he goes to the 5th course, that his grammar or her grammar should be so strong that you should be able to open a scripture and understand the science behind it. My interest as a scientist is only to look at every one of these Vedas from a scientific perspective and to bring the science. Whether you talk about Vedic mathematics to Vedic metallurgy or physics, astronomy, and name anything, every field, I think our people have touched every part of science. And there is a lot to learn, possibly. There is more to bring that out and possibly convert it into technologies and made useful for the humankind of current generations. With that interest, we sat with the Samskrita Bharati team and made 5 courses of different levels, starting from Patatu Samskritam, Vadatu Samskritam onwards, to go to a level where you become strong in the grammar. Okay? So, because I strongly believe that the moment you translate a scripture from Sanskrit to English or Telugu or anything, the essence is lost. Because it all is limited by the knowledge of the person and the perspective from which that person who is translating is looking at it. If you want to know the essence, you have to see the original scripture. You have to read the original scripture. But unfortunately, Sanskrit has gone out of our syllabus in most of. Still in some schools up to 10th class, I studied up to 10th class. Sanskrit was a compulsory course in mine. But I don't think it exists anymore in every one of the schools now. So it is important that we should inculcate that knowledge so that we create students who may be able to take. At IIT Hyderabad, we always felt like doing experiments. For example, while you all, I do not know how many of your children have studied engineering, they all do BTech in mechanical, BTech electrical, BTech computer science and so on and so forth. And I felt that all these boundaries are drawn by us. Science is all one thing. When I go to the level of an atom, I do not know whether I am talking of chemistry or physics. All of them merge at the atomic level. So there is nothing called separately chemistry or physics. So we created a BTech branch, which we call BTech in engineering sciences. And we told students that you pick up any courses of your choice for 4 years. What courses you do is your choice. I will not intervene in your decision, and do whatever you want to do. This is something that we have introduced at IIT Hyderabad. no other institution in the country has such an undergraduate program. This is either typically mechanical, computer science and so on and so forth. But at the level of +2, after completing intermediate, what does student know the difference between mechanical or electrical or computer science? Just because somebody says there are more jobs or more salary, take this, and the student takes that. We say let the student freely get educated the way they want to get educated. At the end of 4 years, you decide what you want to become. The freedom is yours. We started this. We also felt that education should move in a direction where anybody in any corner of the world wants to learn something. If there is somebody who has knowledge at some other corner of the world, can we connect these two people? Once upon a time, India was known to be a Vishwa Guru. People used to come to India. Nalanda, Takshashila, we all talk about this. People from various countries come to India. And we started thinking, can we not become once again Vishwa Guru with the modern knowledge, modern technology that we have? What is the modern technology? That Kalyan Chakravarti Garu sitting in Australia was able to talk to us. We were able to see him and listen to him. Thanks to COVID. If COVID has done something good for us, I would say it is this it has done. What is called the online education that we talk about. Now, what we have done in our IIT is converted all classrooms into hybrid classrooms. We will have a few students sitting in the class physically. We will have a few students on the screen listening to me. I am writing on the board. He sees what is writing on the board. He or she can directly ask me questions. And it is a live, as if the person is inside the class physically, though he or she is not there physically. We now started asking our faculty, whatever course that you are teaching, can you make it open to an outsider? If you say yes, we will put it on our website that this is the course available, this is the content of the course, this is the professor who is going to teach the course, this is the timetable. Anybody from any corner of the world, if the timetable suits you, you can register for that course. In India so far, just to learn one subject, you have to register for a degree. Without registering for a degree, you can't learn a single subject. We said, why should we restrict that? The moment you have to register for a degree, then the next question comes, what entrance examination you have written? Okay? We said, let us remove all these barriers. I said, anybody can learn as long as you want to learn. And if a teacher is willing to teach, we will connect you. Now at IIT Hyderabad, we have 15 courses running like this, where anybody from any country, whether it is Australia or Romania or Egypt, does not matter. You can register for just one course. It could be astronomy, it could be metallurgy, it could be some other course. As long as I am willing to make my course available to an outsider, and I also said, let us remove these barriers of who can register for this course. I said it can be a student, it can be a professor of a university, it can be a working professional somewhere, it can be even a homemaker, it can even be a 80-year-old man or a woman. There's just one course on psychology I want to learn. One course on the so-called AI, artificial intelligence I want to learn. I don't want to do a degree in artificial intelligence. Just want to know what is it. Okay, I know about my intelligence. Everybody is now talking about artificial intelligence. Can I just know what is about it? So I tell my colleagues that do not control the entry, control only the exit. Ultimately, IIT is going to give a certificate that you have done this course with these many credits and this is the grade you have got. And I said, as long as your course is tough enough that everybody who takes this course does not pass the exam, just because somebody is paying, we charge them. This is not free. Okay, we charge 5,000 rupees per course, which is not very high in current generation. And we said, just because somebody pays that 5,000, he should not be made to pass. Ultimately, it is IIT certificate you are getting. So let the student pass. If your course is good enough that everybody, unless he or she puts in enough efforts, they won't pass. That should be our yardstick. Rather than conducting an entrance examination, shortlisting people and taking them. I teach thermodynamics. If an electrical engineer wants to join my course to learn thermodynamics, what is my problem? If that person has an interest in learning it, he is willing to put efforts to learn it and pass my course, I am fine with it. So this is the first time in the country an institution has gone to a level to say, let us teach the whole world. Let us become a Vishwa Guru. So these kind of experiments we have been doing, and did one more experiment. We said, let us start a Department of Heritage Science and Technology. This is the first institute possibly among engineering institutions in the country which has a Department of Heritage Science and Technology. And what did we do? We have faculty members who are interested in heritage. There are faculty either in computer science department, there are faculty who work on Panini grammar, sitting in computer science department, sitting in AI department. Such people are there. There are people who are in mathematics who are possibly interested in Vedic mathematics. We have brought all these people together and created what we call it as a virtual department. There is no faculty I have recruited for Heritage Science department, no. There are faculty of other departments, but because of their interest in heritage, they jumped into it. We have 15 faculty members associated with this department. And 10 more faculty members from various countries who said, wow, you have started a heritage, I am interested in heritage. I want to become an adjunct faculty with your institute. We made them adjunct faculty. And we have now a department with 25 faculty members. And we started an MTech in Heritage Science and Technology. We have an MTech program, Master's program running. What do we teach here? We start with what is the science behind Indian languages? The so-called Indic languages people say, which are significantly different. I always said this when I was a school child. PUT put, CUT cut. Why is this difference? Nobody can explain from the so-called people who have ruled us for 500 years. There is no scientific basis in this. Our languages have a very strong scientific basis. It is phonetic. You say what you write. This is the beauty of Indian language. So what is the science behind Indian language? Then we said, what is the science behind yoga? Is there a science behind yoga? And there are people who are looking what is called fMRI, functional MRI, EEG, and technologies like that to understand your state of mind when you are sitting and meditating. Is there anything that is happening? Are there any changes in the neurons in your mind? Okay, when you meditate. Can I look at it from a scientific perspective? And if I know that if meditation calms me down, something must be happening in my brain which can be measured. And if I can come up with this understanding, I can convert it into a technology and make people the so-called balanced. For example, what we call it as the Yoga Shastra, Ashtanga Yoga. Okay? The Ashtanga Yoga of Patanjali. Okay? The final stage is called Samadhi. If you carefully understand the word Samadhi, I do not want to tell to people like it. With the limited knowledge that I have, it is Sama plus Dhi. Dhi is your mind. Dhiyo yona prachodaya is what we say. Sama is equanimity. The whole universe is in equilibrium, the balanced condition. Samadhi is nothing but a balanced mind. Yoga will lead you a balanced mind is what the Yoga Shastra talks about. And if balanced mind is something everyone needs, in my own, even a child needs a balanced mind. If he is preparing for a IIT exam tomorrow and one of his friends comes and says, let's go for a movie, he needs to take a decision. What is right, what is wrong? Viveka. Viveka is nothing but that. What is right, what is wrong? And that Viveka comes only with balance. If there is no balance, there is no Viveka. So, as a result, that balance is something that we need to create, we need to teach. And if that is the thing that we can learn by studying the scientific aspects of yoga, we can possibly make it for the whole world as a science rather than something mystic. People still look at yoga as a mystic thing. Can we look at it completely scientific? Then the third thing that we started are our architecture, Indian architecture. Looking at it from a scientific, very close to Hyderabad. If you go to the Ramappa temple, the whole temple is made of bricks which are porous. I take a piece of brick, put it in water, it floats in water. But hundreds of years it was standing there, rain, heat, all of them, it stood, and it is so strong. How is that we are able to make it? What was the science behind it? In fact, I told my Department of Heritage faculty, and possibly in 1 year if you come to IIT Hyderabad, you will see that. I said, I want to have a heritage building in the campus. 500 years back, there was no electricity. Okay? There was no electricity, we all know. But still, they used to construct houses which have sufficient light entering into the house without an electricity. And similarly, there was no air conditioning. We are all now got used to air conditioning so much. Okay? But still the houses used to be cool enough. It does not mean that there was no summer those days. Summer was still there. Vijayawada definitely would have been 40 degrees. Vijayawada is called Blazewada. And that's why it has become Bedawada. So that means it was a Blazewada even hundreds of years back. But still, they had a way to make their houses in such a way that they are not hot inside. Can we use those technologies? So we are now going to construct a building. The model is almost ready and the estimate is being prepared. I am going to go with that to a few donors who will give me the money to build that building. And our goal is to put the whole of Indian heritage inside that building. It will be a museum of Indian heritage. It will have seminar rooms like this where you discuss heritage. Okay? And that's our plan. Next year, if you see, you will have that. Then we also look at Indian medicine. Ayurveda, Siddha. People say that for certain chronic diseases, allopathy does not have an answer, but possibly some of the Indian medicines have an answer. But again, many people look at these things as a one-off things rather than a systematic medicine. Okay? Modern science goes by testing it in a number of cases and looking at the statistics and say, yes, if I say it works in 99% of the cases. And for that, we need to look at it scientifically. The whole process of Ayurveda, when a medicine, for example, in Ayurveda people say arsenic is a medicinal material. Arsenic is a poison, that I know. A chemist will say arsenic is poison, mercury is poison. But how mercury is being used as a medicine? That means some change in the form is being achieved by some process. They say putam. When you put it into a putam, something must be happening. Can I understand what is the change that is happening? What are the characteristics that are changing? We are studying that. We teach that at IIT Hyderabad now. The fourth topic is on music. Musical instruments. There is so much of science behind Indian musical instruments. Again, we started looking at. So like that, What I want to tell you, friends, the purpose of my coming here is not to just give a lecture, to tell that together there is a need for us to come together. You have an immense knowledge of the Vedas. We don't have. But I want you to tell us, okay, that Vedas talk about this. These are the scientific aspects which appear to me as interesting. But can you take this up and implement it in your lab and demonstrate to the whole world? I am willing to do that. IIT Hyderabad is willing to do this. There are faculty members who are interested. In fact, we have recently, one of our colleagues went to a place where they are doing a homam to study the whole thing. We used to say that if you do homam, rains will come. People strongly believe there must be a scientific reason. If it has really happened, there must be a scientific reason. That means certain things that are coming out of the Homagundam must be going, like rain, cloud seeding we talk about, must be seeding the cloud and causing the rain to fall. If I understand what is coming out using a spectroscopy, gas chromatography, we have all these things that are available with us. Just we want a collaboration. This cannot be done either by you directly or by me simply, unless we come together. There is a need to come together. And this is the right time. I feel already we have gone through a lot of years of period where we lost self-confidence. It's important that all of us together to bring that self-confidence back into our young generation, that they feel proud to be an Indian, proud to be born in India, born in Bharat. And that is something which I feel I want to urge all of you. I was requesting, if needed, I will come once again to have a small group discussion only on the scientific aspects of this, because that is the only thing that we know. If needed, I would request, I will bring my faculty here from the Heritage Department. If you can bring your faculty to IIT Hyderabad, okay, we can have a half a day discussion and see how we can work together. That's all I wanted to say, friends. Thank you very much. Thanks for this opportunity.
ధన్యవాదాः. చాలా సంతోషం సార్. మీరు ఒక పెద్ద మహోద్యమానికి నాంది వేశారు ఈరోజు. మా వీసీ గారు కూడా మనలో ఉన్నటువంటి వైజ్ఞానిక విషయాలు, అంటే వేదాల్లో ఉన్నటువంటి వైజ్ఞానిక విషయాలన్నీ కూడా మనము సొంతంగా కూర్చుని ఇది విజ్ఞానము అంటే కుదరదు, మహానుభావులతో కూర్చుని ఈ విజ్ఞానాన్ని తులనాత్మకంగా అధ్యయనం చేసి, కంపారిటివ్ స్టడీస్ చేసి, ఆ పైన ఈ విజ్ఞానంలో ఉన్నటువంటిది ఆధునిక విజ్ఞానానికి ఎంతవరకు సరిపోతుందని వెతకాలి. ఆ ప్రయత్నమే మనం చేయాలి. అందుకే ఇక్కడ ఒక ఐకేఎస్ సెంటర్ను కూడా ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి అని అహర్నిశలు ఆయన ఋషిలాగా కనిపించడం కాదు, ఋషే ఆ ప్రయత్నంలో నిమగ్నమై దాంట్లో భాగంగా ఈ విశ్వ వైదిక సమ్మేళనాన్ని ఏర్పాటు చేస్తే మీరు ఈనాడు చిట్ట చివరి సత్రంలో మా అందరికీ కూడా ఒక ధైర్యాన్ని, ఒక ఆశాదీపాన్ని కలిగించారు. త్వరలో మీ దగ్గర ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రొఫెసర్స్ని ఇక్కడికి తీసుకురావడం, మమ్మల్ని కూడా అక్కడికి రమ్మండం, మనందరం కలిసి ఉన్నటువంటి విజ్ఞానాన్ని, మెటలర్జీ కావచ్చు లేక ఇంకోటి కావచ్చు, ఏదైనా సరే ఐకేఎస్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్లో అందరం కలిసి పనిచేసి సమాజానికి మనం ఇంత విజ్ఞానాన్ని కలిగి ఉన్నాం, దీన్ని మనం ఈరోజు కూడా వినియోగించుకోవచ్చు అని చెప్దాము అని చెప్పి చక్కటి ప్రతిజ్ఞ చేశారు. ఇది త్వరలోనే మా విశ్వవిద్యాలయ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ గారి సహాయంతో, వారి యొక్క ఆలోచనతో నిజమవుతుంది అని చెప్పి మేము నమ్ముతూ ఉన్నాం. వారు కూడా సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నారని తెలియజేస్తూ ఇప్పుడు అతిథుల్ని సత్కరించవలసిందిగా విశ్వవిద్యాలయ కులపతుల వారిని కోరుతూ స్వాభిప్రాయాన్ని కూడా చెప్పవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను.
a couple of words before felicitating our most beloved guest. So, we are very happy, sir. Your lecture is very enlightening. During these 4 days, we have been announcing that these are not content delivering lectures, but churning lectures. What has been there in our ancient system of knowledge, which was then called the disciplines of knowledge, Vidyasthanam. It is not merely, we don't venture to call it a science, but we are free to say that it is a discipline of knowledge. So, if modern people want to call it science, okay, we are willing and we come forward. So, through these disciplines of knowledge, whatever is available in our ancient system, we want to offer it to the public, not through merely the face of a Sanskritist, but through people, scientists like you, sir. So, your proposal is an excellent proposal, and even in our panel discussion, we are going to present this for discussion, and we 100% come forward as Sri Venkateswara Vedic University, not only as merely individuals, to have an MOU with your institution and to work together for the best of the global welfare. So, sir, we will definitely come, and this is our promise, and this is our readiness being expressed. And as far as a few more things I would like to say, the thing, it was announced earlier also by you, sir, that is, a war is there always between scientists and the Sanskritists. Never there was any war, never there is any war, never there will be any war between the scientists and the Sanskritists, sir. But we have a common mind. Whereas there is a war between those who want to present themselves over the media to deny our ancient knowledge. There is war between such people and us, and not between scientists and the Sanskritists, sir. We are very humble, and similarly in the metallurgy also, here I would like to say a few things. As far as metallurgy is concerned, particularly a prelude is there for this. 1 minute, it gets a till the early 19th century, that is in 1816 to 1825, in between, yesterday also I mentioned this, one Mr. C.J. Thompson made an attempt to divide the world history into certain ages like Stone Age, Copper Age, or Bronze Age, or Iron Age, like that. Till that time, there was no search whether iron was there in the Vedas or not. But once they found iron, the IS as the equivalent of iron and steel, then they started trying to get the meaning of it. And in their attempt, they saw that iron was there in the Rig Veda. They wanted to prove that iron was not known to Indians. For that sake, iron is bronze, that IS is bronze and not iron. They wanted to prove it. So, even in the Western Sanskrit dictionaries, this word entered as with the meaning IS is bronze, like that. But IS Kanta is there. It is as old as IS, which attracts only iron and steel and not bronze. I do not know whether there is any Ayaskanta which can attract bronze. Sir, thanks for the information. So, this was, for this sake, I wrote an article also. Indian history was made in England. It was not written in England. They sat almost 15 generations of people in 200 years sat together and they created Indian history, changing all the root chronological sources which were available in our ancient scriptures, etc. And they started creating a new chronology. They always wanted, they were eager to show that Indian history is only after Christ. Before Christ, there was no Indian history. So, as a result, we have been studying Indian in the name of Indian history, whatever was made in England. Of course, it is a different context, and definitely we can unveil it. Similarly, regarding, we can know Ayomaya. The word Ayomaya is used for in such context that when the way is not known to a person, we say that it is Ayomaya. But that Ayomaya is nothing but Ayas is iron, and when we are kept in a chamber of Ayas, we cannot come out of it. Similarly, we cannot make a way for us to move forward. That's why Ayomaya was used. So, Ayas is as old as Ayomaya, which is seen in Vedic texts. That's why Ayas is so old. So, we cannot and we need not accept the iron or bronze or stone. Let them accept for their phenomenal activities and requirements. And similarly, another thing regarding cut and put. Of course, we have our own system of linguistic analysis at phonetic level, morphological level, semantic level, and syntactical level. Similarly, they also had their system. There is a difference between put and cut. Put is from Old English language, that was called Anglo-Saxon dialect. From the Anglo-Saxon dialect, put came into existence. That's why they used it to, they took vowels also in their origin. While using vowels, one symbol for one sound. It was their choice. So, U was used for U only. U is the vowel which was used for U. So, PUT, put, was there, it was accepted. Actually, the original word of put is putung. From putung, put came into existence. That was the origin of put. Whereas, CUT, cut, it is from Middle English. So, in the Middle English, the East Indo-European languages and West Indo-European languages, like that, there are two branches of families divided by Western people only. We need not accept in our country. There, in the West Indo-European languages, there is a family of Gothic languages, from which German came into existence. So, in the Gothic languages, Norwegian language and Icelandic languages were there. In the Icelandic languages, kata and kate are the two words. From those Icelandic and Norwegian language, kata and kate, this cut came into existence. But while writing the symbols, K-U-T-T-A, kata, they used. But U also is there and E also is there for them, but they used two symbols for one pronunciation. That's why kata is the origin root of cut and putung is the root of put. That's why the difference is there, sir. So this is just for information only. Anyhow, your lecture is very much not merely enlightening, and it is a directive lecture also. What we have to do, how we have to do, and how we have to work together, all these things. Very happily, we are Professor Raghavarao Garu also with us. from our IIT Tirupati as a guest and as a guide and as a director for all of us. So we will definitely do, sir. And now I will proceed to felicitate you, to have the fortune of felicitating. Namaskar.
మంగళాంతంగా ఈ సత్రాన్ని సమాపనం చేస్తున్నాం. ఆ పైన ప్యానల్ డిస్కషన్ సెషన్ ఉంటుంది. శ్రీ
to chair the session, and I request Professor B.S. Murthy Garu to come on to the dais and occupy his seat. Also, I request Professor K.S.M.S. Raghavarao Garu to come on to the dais, and also I request Sri Raghurama Raju Garu to occupy his seat on the dais. And the same way, I request Professor K. Tarakarama Kumar Sharma Garu, Dr. D. Pani Yagneshwara Yazulu Garu, Registrar of this University, Professor Radha Govinda Tripathi Garu, and Faculty Deans, Dr. M.V.N. Pavan Kumar Sharma Garu, Dr. Ganjam Ramakrishna Garu, Dr. T. Umesh Bhatt Garu to come on to the dais and occupy their seats. And Professor Somadeva Shetamshu will be joining us shortly. Professor, I invite Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra Garu to come on to the dais and occupy his seat. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to brief the gathering about the 4-day sessions and the and to give the his introductory remarks. And also I request Professor B.S. Murthy Garu, Director IIT, to act as a able moderator of this session.
Brahmendra Vandita Padambuja Shankhapani Srimat Sudarshana Susobhita Divyahasta Karunya Sagara Manojna Supunyamurti Shri Venkatesha Mamadehi Karavalambam Shri Venkatesha Mamadehi Karavalambam. My sincere pranams to the galaxy of scientists and scholars who are on the dais now. We are very fortunate enough, because of the gracious favor of Lord Sri Venkateswara and also the affectionate support of the officials of Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanams, we are able to organize this 4-day Vishwa Vaidika Vijnana Sammelanam very successfully. Not just a success. In every session, every speaker's contribution is very wonderful, very useful, much guiding, and also helpful for us all to set certain directions towards the expectations of UGC through IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. In such a way, it has been organized well, and now we are in the fag end of our exercise of this 4-day conference. This is the penultimate session, panel discussion. After this, we have the valedictory, and in this panel discussion, we have certain thoughts to have before all of us for a planned future. In this attempt, I would like to present before all the respected members the thoughts which have been churned during these 4 days, and for which this conference has been organized. That also we are going to present. And actually, it is a general practice in the world of learned members, that is in the world of universities, to conduct a conference and afterwards expressing thanks and going home and forgetting about that conference. It is usual practice. But this conference, the aim of this conference is different. This is just like the beginning of an academic year in the calendar of a university. This is the beginning of an academic collaboration of like-minded scientists and Sanskrit scholars to take up many useful pursuits for the welfare of the human planet. So in this attempt, during these 4 days, what have been discussed, I will place before the learned members, and further we will think of how we can actualize all these thoughts and how we can move forward. Particularly, our intention is to come into MOU or MOUs with all the like-minded scientific and most premier scientific institutions and also the Sanskrit world. Particularly here in this panel discussion, earlier, day before yesterday, we sat together, some of the heads of the institutions who were there yesterday and day before yesterday, and they were not here today. Along with them we sat, and some suggestions were there. Along them, Professor Jaddi Paul, he is the secretary of Veda Vidya Pratishthan, which is in Ujjaini, with the help of which every Vedic institution, Vedic learning institution in the country got benefited. And he mentioned that Asmakam Chintanam Chhatranam Krute Paricetavyam. Whatever we want to think, that should reach the students. That is the first thing. If we think, we may feel that we are in the field of IKS, but our children also should be in the field of IKS, for that sake. Similarly, there should be the certain very small book series should be there, introducing each branch of discipline of knowledge of our ancient system. It should be certain times without any comparison with modern thoughts. As it is, let us introduce in simple words in regional languages as well as in Sanskrit and also in English if possible and if it is required. Let us produce certain small booklets introducing various disciplines of knowledge, and that knowledge will be useful for all. In later times it can be introduced in the syllabus. It is his second advice. Similarly, Prafulla Kumar Mishra ji, he is the Chancellor of Rajendra Nagar Agricultural University and the Chairman of 1 minute please. Shatamsu ji, bhavantah apekshitah atra bhavantah agachantu. Ev tatra sabha prachalati charchayam bhavantah santi agachantu. He is the chairman of Maharshi Sandipani Veda Vidya Pratishthan Ujjain. So his contribution to the field of Sanskrit, to the field of Veda, and to the field of modern sciences is great. That's why we are fortunate enough to be with us. He has mentioned two things. Database of Vedic studies is to be produced. So that is one idea. And then manuscripts preservation also should be given appropriate importance in the process of working for IKS. And these are the two thoughts. Similarly, Professor Premraj from Nepal, he has left this morning to his country. He had three thoughts. Vichara Samikaranam. We have to collect the thoughts of all the scientists and all the scholars through different means and through different meetings also, he said. And similarly, Vichara Pratipadanam. So, having collected such thoughts, we have to place them before a council or a committee for scrutinizing and for concentrating on a deep analytical study. Third one is Pathanakrama Manthanam. So, we have to churn all the lessons and also the syllabi which we are going to introduce in the name of IKS, and whatever is essence, that is to be produced. Similarly, another thought also of Jeddi Paul is the reconstruction of textbooks. It is not of Jeddi Paul, it is by Professor Ramasubramaniam, professor in IIT Mumbai. He said that reconstruction of our ancient text is very much essential. So now whatever text is available, that is available with some certain typographic mistakes, and certain times the communication gap also is there. That's why reconstruction of accurate textbooks also is very much essential, he said. These are the few points, and our idea also is there, and I am going to present MOUs with premier scientific institutions and like-minded Sanskrit and Vedic universities. It is one. And we can develop some small projects also, taking certain short-term projects can also be developed with the scientific institutions and our institutions, and frequent workshops and planning meetings also is required. These are a few thoughts, and from the blue sky we started our search, and I request respected members under the able moderatorship of Professor B.S. Murthy Garu to draw certain conclusions, and I am requesting B.S. Murthy Garu to
Sorry, I cannot speak in Sanskrit the way my friend Professor Murthy Garu is able to speak. So let me have a guest here.
वयं तत्र अस्माकं प्रियतमाः मार्गदर्शकाः ज्येष्ठाः तत्र आचार्य एस्.आर्. कृष्णमूर्तिमहाभागाः नेशनल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी तस्य कुलपतयः तानपि अत्र आगच्छन्तु इति आह्वयामः।
So I request everyone to please settle down. Murthy Garu has given a very tough time task for me. So 12:15 he wants this particular session to be completed. So we have almost more than 10 people here. So I would request each of you to be very brief. So we'll start from one end to see if each of you in about 2 to 3 minutes time give your views on how do we move forward. I think that should be our goal. Each of us have been doing what we think is the best, but on an individual capacity we have been doing. Now it is time that we should start thinking of how do we jointly do things which will lead to the glory of our Vedic sciences, to reach out to every student, for example. You just mentioned about it. So how do we address the younger generation and make them excited about the Vedic sciences, for example? That is something I think we should take it up. My request is introduce yourself and then.
Actually, those very
Internal. Okay. So we will then start with Raju Garu. So he wants the external people to spend the time first and then we go to the internal. Thank you. Maybe about 3 minutes time, sir.
Yeah. Professor Murthy, Professor Sharma, and Professor Rao, and the illustrious panel members. I am Raghuram Raju. I teach philosophy at IIT Tirupati. I'm extremely thankful for this invitation. I wanted to make 3 brief points. One is, ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న పరిస్థితుల్లో one of the things that we require is to find out who are the people who denied the status of knowledge to Sanskrit. And that is something, మన ప్రత్యర్థుల గురించి మనకు అవగాహన లేకపోతే మనం చేసేదన్నీ కూడా ఎలాంటిది అవుతుందంటే ప్రశ్న తెలియకుండా సమాధానం రాసినట్టు అవుతుంది. దీనికి నాకు ఉదాహరణ ఎవరంటే శ్రీ ఆది శంకరాచార్యుడు. ఆది శంకరాచార్యుడు తన ప్రత్యర్థి అయిన it is important to know who is our opponent who denied us the status of knowledge. Unless we know who is my opponent, my effort will be like writing an answer without knowing the question. Now, the inspiration for this comes from Adi Shankaracharya, because he spent large part of his time in knowing about his opponent. And that is the reason why he was enormously successful. So I think that's my first point. My second point is to find out that I find Tirupati is one of the unique place in the world where you have 2 Sanskrit universities and along with 1 IIT and 1 IISER. I think that combination is unique in the country and we have to make a maximum use of it to kickstart off. It is not only people who are in these institutions, but you should become a chowdhury, a very active chowdhury for all the people who wanted to work, along these times, who will be given facility, who will be given, resources to do the work. And we are very fortunate to be at the foothill of Lord Venkateswara. That's the thing. As the suggestion by IIT Bombay professor, I think it is very important to reconstruct our knowledge systems in keeping the modern idiom in mind. And that will make, it is not modifying, it is restating the same ideas in a modern idiom so that the connectivity with the present generation, particularly with students and public, is made very, very vibrant. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Rajgaru. You have rightly pointed out it is important to know who are the people whom we should address. Very, very important. Now I request Professor Raghav Rao Garu, again from IIT Tirupati, Professor Raghav Rao from IIT Tirupati, to say his views.
Respected co-panel members and dignitaries sitting in the audience, Pranam. At the outset, I thank for this opportunity. So out of the first point they mentioned was reaching out to the students. Yes, it is very important to reach out for the students because they are the future. At the moment, previously it was more stress was given for them to develop their IQ, intellectual coefficient. Later, even corporates have started realizing the importance of emotional coefficient. Now time has come to encourage to build up spiritual coefficient. So with this spiritual intelligence, they can live a better life. So parents themselves are putting pressure on them to be successful. The success defined in their terms is to earn more, perhaps more than their peers, more than their higher package compared to relatives. But in a short time. This is instant age, everything want to be instant. In this bargain, if you look at the basics from our scriptures, it is dharma, artha, kama, moksha. If moksha is not dropped for the time being, at least artha and kama should be pursued without compromising dharma. That is where which we have to inculcate, educate our students in this aspect. Second thing, some honorable members suggested small booklets. It is very much essential. Unfortunately, most of the students and kids, they are learning from our scriptures through comics. It is nothing wrong, but it is a very primitive literature. Instead, learned experts who are sitting in the panel and Vedic universities, they should contribute to authentic books, because comics are prone for error. That is required. Then MOUs, certainly. So to start with Tirupati itself, we have both modern science institutions as well as ancient Vedic knowledge-based institutions like Vedic University and Sanskrit University. Certainly there should be more interaction. Efforts are going on, but some more is required. What is happening is not enough. So everybody is, now the buzzword is IKS. Maybe the IKS itself should be renamed as Bharati Vijnana Samskruti, or some equivalent word for system. So IKS itself is a foreign word, Indian. So this is my humble submission to the August gathering. Parampara, Bharati Vijnana Parampara. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Rao. Rightly said that we need to move from an IQ to a spiritual quotient among our students. Very important idea. I now request Professor Mishra to give his views, please.
Namaste Bhai, Manya Adhyaksha. Since the house is full with good galaxy of scholars from IIT and other technology, so I like to speak in English. Kindly excuse me. I am agree with all the opinions of Professor Raju from IIT Tirupati to find out the opponents. But opponents are two types. One is scientist and the other is a communist. Those who are interested to destroy this country and the norm of Indianness. So, in this context, I would like to say, let us identify who are the players in the field of Indian scientific research. Those who are doing, our Professor Murthy ji, Rani Murthy Vice Chancellor was telling about whether IKS has developed any database for the research on Indian science world, or those who are the players in this field. Let us identify them first. Number two is, if we identify, then we develop one common platform, whether virtual or anything else that you all know. So a common platform will unite that those who are interested, and number two is, accordingly one interface will be made. Secondly, the motivation, that is most important. Time and again he mentions Jatipal, not only him, but our Prime Minister is also very much interested to tell that let us motivate them first. So they have started motivating IIT students, not only IIT, but also from primary level. Our students need to be, one example I will give, because we are people of literature. One example I will give. People are writing science books. suppose iron is available in that book, all the countries will written in India will be in the last in the list. What I have seen in my, I have marked it very painfully from my childhood that they will write Bharat in the end of the list, which is very much, we have always Eurocentric temperament. So we have to undo. It is very important to undo Eurocentric sentiment from the minds of the students of technology or colleges or schools. So for that, one prasikshana for the teachers, teachers training is necessary for that. The teachers be motivated in that regard, that let us start from our roots. We are always starting from Aristotle or Plato or anything else, but let us start from the Veda. The third point is a group be formed in a very small group, nucleus group, under the headship of our Vice Chancellor and our Director of IIT Hyderabad. I congratulate them that Indian heritage course he has started. Those courses should be the ideal course for all other technological institutes. Let them be suggested to start the course or by any university, and that will also promote scholars like students like us, that we are also thinking in the same frame. Though we have no technological know-how and we are not expert in technology. So that is why how the persons who are scholars in Veda, in Agamas, in other Shastras, they will be exposed to science. That is most important, because they will show the path, they will point out, they will dig the mine, and that then only it will be utilized by the scientists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You have rightly said. I always used to talk with my friend who is a Sanskrit scholar about this need of having an institution where, for example, in the morning you read the ancient Shastras, and in the afternoon you read the modern science, so that we should be able to create students who are knowledgeable in both and be able to correlate both and understand where does the interface exist between the both. I remember when he is talking of identifying, and Rajgaru also was talking about the so-called opponents. When I had my friend visiting IIT Madras long back, when I was at IIT Madras, and giving what is called extramural lecture on Indian heritage, it was almost like all our professors of IIT Madras, many of them, almost ragged him, if I can use that word, because they don't believe. They don't believe that there is something called Indian heritage that exists. These are all Indians, friends. These are all our own brothers and sisters. We have come to a level not to disown our own knowledge, to not accept that there is something called an Indian knowledge system that existed. We have reached that kind of a state, and it is important that we address them rather than kind of hide from them, and address them in their own language, which is the modern language, through a lot of what I would say proofs and experiments. That's why I mostly focused on that aspect. This is very, very important. And anything that, people like you, if you come and address the so-called scientists in these IITs, this issue comes. So I will pause. Professor Murthy Garu wants to say something in the direction I am giving. Yeah. So I will also ask Professor Krishnamurti Garu to give his views on how do we. So it's important, as I rightly said, that we come together and form such kind of an institution. I always used to dream of an institution where while Vedic sciences are taught during the half of the day, remaining half of the day you should study the modern science. Can we have an institution like that? And now it is not very difficult, thanks to, as I told you, the virtual way of teaching. We can sit in IIT Hyderabad and teach. Somebody can sit in, Ujjaini and teach here. So all these are possible. Certain teaching can happen in a physical way. Certain teaching can happen in a virtual way, or a hybrid way. All these are possible. But what is important is to create that kind of an younger generation who have knowledge about these and who understand the importance of having both the knowledge and grow together. Thank you, sir. Sure.
Sabhaye Namaha. I fully support the decision taken by our director Krishnamurti ji. Just like Sukle Vedamadhita Srinivasal ji, sorry. Director, sir. Srinivasal ji, sorry. I fully support Krishna Sukle Vedamadhita Sukle Krishna Angamadhita Yavan Rupena Tata Pura Masit. Veda Vedanganam Vishet Dita Vibhaga Moolantu Suklapatya Adhyatavyam और अंगानि च कृष्णपक्षे अध्येतव्यानीति अधुना यभि श्रीनिवासराव महोदयैः कथितं तैः तत्र प्राचीनपरम्परानुसारम् अध्ययनं प्रातःकाले Vedic sciences and modern sciences madhyane yavan rupena simultaneously. We can establish an institution for this type of this only. Then our discussion will be fruitful and implemented. I think this is my remarks in this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now I request the professors from this university to share their ideas, maybe 1 to 2 minutes each. We'll start from here, sir. Professor Umesh.
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. SV Vedic University, since from the beginning, achieved in different ways. As I know from 2009, as my observation, the university started as a center for Veda Science Research in 2014, when I was the coordinator of that center. In that year only, we conducted courses for the students, discovery of scientific knowledge hidden in the Veda and allied subject for 30 days program. The main objective of this program is to give the knowledge to the students of this university, because they are from different wings and they are studying different subjects in this university. They are going, after completing their course, Acharya, MA from here, not only they should go with the knowledge of that traditional knowledge, they should know the scientific knowledge also what they are studying in this class. Even we give the awareness of the teachers also at that time. Group discussion and all this we made, and that discussion, while teaching the subject, the teacher also concentrate on the scientific method. What are the things what they are teaching? They should give some glimpse of the scientific attitude among the students. So in that time I remember our Vice Chancellor, present Vice Chancellor of the Rani Sadashivamurthy Garu was the main pillar to organize this conference to the students for 30 days. And many eminent scholars invited, and they have given the presentation from in front of the students. Even DRDO Satish ji also visited, and he himself already. In the same way, why I am telling this one is, we can give the knowledge to the students in this university by organizing some workshop and inviting eminent scholars before the students and encouraging their study, what they are studying, not only simply making Paurohitya and other Karmakanda and other only teaching. These are not the professions, and some selected interest students, not for all. We can make 30, 20 students, interested students group, and give 30, 40 days the short-term course to the students. This one I am thinking, and I took more time to share my knowledge, share my opinion. Sorry for the same thing.
Thank you very much, Umesh Garu. Next, I will request Professor.
Namaste, sir. आदौ अहम आंध्रभाषायां वदामि तदानीं तदनन्तरं एतेषाम् अवगमनार्थं सारः मया संस्कृतभाषायाम् उच्यते. सर నేను ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఆఫ్ పౌరోహిత్యకి డీన్గా ఉన్నాను. పౌరోహిత్య అంటే ఇంతఃపూర్వం మీరు చెప్పినట్లుగా హోమం, ఆ హోమాల్లో ఏమేమి వాడతారు, ఆ సాధనాలు ఏమిటి, వాటి వల్ల కలిగేటటువంటి ప్రయోజనం ఏమిటి అనేది ఒక ఆస్పెక్ట్. రెండవది, మేము చాలా పాత్రలు వాడుతూ ఉంటాం. మీరు మెటలర్జీ ఇది కాబట్టి చెప్తూ ఉన్నాను. చాలా పాత్రలు వాడతాం. అంటే కొన్నిసార్లు కంచు పాత్రలో తేనె, పెరుగు, నెయ్యి ఇవన్నీ వేసి కలిపి పిల్లవాడికి తాగించమని చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం వివాహంలో కూడా మధుపర్కం ఇచ్చేటప్పుడు ఓ కంచు పాత్రలో ఇవన్నీ వేసి ఇమ్మని చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. కొన్నిసార్లు కంచు పాత్ర వాడాల్సిన అవకాశం ఉన్నా కొన్ని మట్టి పాత్రలోనే చేయమని చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. కొన్నిసార్లు సువర్ణ పాత్ర వాడమని చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. అలాగే పుంసవనం అని ఒక సంస్కారం ఉంది. గర్భం వచ్చిన 3వ నెలలో చేయాల్సిన సంస్కారం అది. అక్కడ మర్రి చెట్టు యొక్క పండ్లు తీసుకొచ్చి దాని చిగురు కూడా తీసుకొచ్చి ఆ చిగురుని బాగా దంచి అమ్మాయి యొక్క కుడి ముక్కులో పోయమని చెప్తారు. దానివల్ల గర్భశుద్ధి జరుగుతుంది. పుమాంసమేవ జనయతి అంటూ పురుషుడే పుడతాడు అనేటువంటిది అథెంటిక్గా ఋషులు చెప్పారు. సో ఇది ఖచ్చితంగా నిజమై ఉంటుంది. బట్ దాంట్లో ఉండేటువంటి విజ్ఞానం ఏమిటి? అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం సీమంతం, ఉపనయనం వీటిల్లో కూడా ఏదుపంది ముళ్ళు తీసుకొచ్చి దాంతో ఆ సీమంతాన్ని అంటే పాపిటని రేగొట్టమని చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. అక్కడే మేము దర్భలు కూడా వాడతాం, మేడి పళ్ళ గుత్తి వాడుతూ ఉంటాం. సో వీటిల్లో వైజ్ఞానికత ఖచ్చితంగా ఉంది అని ఎలా చెప్తున్నాము అంటే, ఆయుర్వేదాన్ని చూస్తే ఎన్నో విషయాలు ఉంటూ ఉన్నాయి. అంటే ఒక్కొక్క పదార్థంలో ఒక్కొక్క వైశిష్ట్యం ఉన్నది. ఈ పదార్థాలన్నీ కలిపి వాడుతున్నప్పుడు ఈ వైశిష్ట్యం ద్విగుణీకృతం అవుతోంది. 2 పదార్థాల యొక్క సమ్మేళనం జరిగినప్పుడు, అంటే ఎప్పుడైతే పెరుగు, తేనె కలుపుతామో అప్పుడు ఇంకొంచెం వైశిష్ట్యం పుడుతుంది అని చెప్పారు శాస్త్రకారులు. ఇట్లా ఇప్పుడు తేనె, పెరుగు కలిపేటప్పుడు కూడా శాస్త్రంలో తేనె ఎక్కువ కలపాలి, పెరుగు తక్కువ కలపాలి అన్నారు. సమానంగా కలిపితే విషమవుతుంది అని చెప్పింది శాస్త్రం. సో ఇలాంటి విషయాల్లో ఒకవేళ ఈ సెమినార్ని ఆధారం చేసుకుని భవిష్యత్తులో ఈ కర్మల్లో జరిగేటటువంటి పాత్రలని వాడేటువంటివి దర్భ వాడుతూ ఉంటాము. ఇంకా చాలా దర్భ తాడు కూడా కడతాం. ప్రాణాపానాభ్యాం బలమాభరంతి అంటోంది వేదం. సో ఇటువంటి విషయాల్లో మనం భవిష్యత్తులో చేయగలిగితే అది కూడా విసి గారి యొక్క మార్గదర్శకత్వం.
సో రిచువలిస్టిక్ సైంటిఫిక్ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ రిచువలిస్టిక్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్, దాని మీద
కాన్సంట్రేషన్ చేస్తే
సైంటిఫిక్ పర్స్పెక్టివ్
ఇది సామాన్య మానవులకు కూడా వెళ్ళి చేరుతుంది సార్. ఈ మనం కొన్ని మాట్లాడుకునేవి గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్కే ఉపయోగపడేటువంటివి కొన్ని ఉంటాయి. బట్ ఇది అట్లా కాదు. ఎవ్రీ సింగిల్ పర్సన్ ఈ దేశంలోనే కాదు ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్నటువంటి వాడికి మనం అందించగలుగుతాం దీని ఫలాన్ని. సో అప్పుడు వేదిక్ నాలెడ్జ్ సామాన్యుడికి అందుతుంది. వేదిక్ యూనివర్సిటీ యొక్క స్థాపన లక్ష్యం కూడా పూర్తవుతుంది అని నేను పరిపూర్ణంగా నమ్ముతూ ఉన్నాను.
Thank you, sir. Very important aspect you brought out. Many a times we take them as granted, these rituals. There is definitely every small aspect of these rituals, there is science behind it, and there is a need to understand them and bring it to the common man so that he does not just like that do it without understanding, but with a lot of understanding. Thank you, sir. Next, please. I request you to tell your name and then go ahead. I'm sorry. All of
My
us
name is
may not.
Yazulu, Dr. Yazulu. I am working as the Dean of Veda faculty. I want to place only one thing before you, that is, without practical knowledge, there is no use of theoretical knowledge. So, for the welfare of mankind, we have to take the commodity out by some this practical knowledge only. For that, we have to establish some laboratories and work accordingly. Then only this knowledge will be useful to the welfare of the mankind. That is my submission, sir. Thank you.
That is where people like us can be useful, sir, because we have, just to tell you one small thing, sir, and Principal Scientific Advisor to Government of India has brought out a portal which is called iSTEM, and on that web portal, any institute like iSTEM, STEM, Science and Technology, Engineering and Medicine, iSTEM, okay? So, on the iSTEM portal, any institute like IIT Tirupati or IIT Hyderabad or so, they can put the equipment that they have, the lab facilities that you have on the portal so that anybody in the country can use them, okay, by booking a slot. So there will be, this is the equipment, this is what it can do, this is the professor in charge, this is the email address of the professor. This whole information will be available. What IIT Hyderabad has done is 480 equipment of our IIT Hyderabad, we have put it on the iSTEM portal. There is no institute which has done to that much number. So what we believe is, whatever we have, let everybody in the country use it. And in that context, this kind of experiments that I told, we have recently sent a group of our people, when in Mysore one big yajna was going on, to go and understand that and bring samples from that, the gas samples also, to study those gas samples, to understand what are the, the particles inside the gas, okay? Is there anything which can cause certain good thing for the human beings around that, or it could rain we were talking about. So these are all possible. In fact, to utilize those facilities, recently we started bringing students from NITs. Below the IITs, there is next level called NITs, National Institute of Technologies. This year we have 50 NIT students who have come after completing 3 years of BTech in their college. The whole 4th year they are spending at IIT Hyderabad. They just completed and went. What was the need of doing that? We said, let us inculcate research interest among the students. Let them use these 480 or 500 equipment and get interested in research. This way we thought there will be more and more use of these facilities, more and more research interest. This year in 24, we are increasing this number to 100, so that from every NIT we bring at least 10 students and make them. We are also collaborated with Kathmandu University in Nepal. 10 students of Kathmandu University spent their 1 full year of undergraduation at IIT Hyderabad. This year we are making it into 20. So our goal is to make sure that the younger generation gets interested more and more into this science. That is our goal. And as you rightly said, this is very important. Thank you. Yes, sir.
నా పేరు రామకృష్ణ. నేను ఆగమ విభాగానికి డీన్గా పనిచేస్తున్నాను. వేదాలు అలానే ఆగమాలు, ఇతర పురాణాది శాస్త్రాల్లో సైంటిఫిక్ అంశాలు అనేకమైనవి ఎన్నో ఉన్నాయి అని చెప్పి అందరూ ఒప్పుకుంటున్నటువంటి విషయమే. కానీ పూర్వంలో వాళ్ళందరూ వాటిని ఎలా సాధించారు అంటే, ఎవరైనా గొప్ప గొప్ప అస్త్రశస్త్రాలు అందులో చేసినా, అలాగే ఏ ఇతర విషయాలైనా సరే మన ఋషులు గ్రహణాదులు ఎప్పుడొస్తున్నాయని చెప్పినా, ఇదంతా కూడా వారి యొక్క వైదిక జీవన పద్ధతిలో ఆచరణ చేస్తూ తపస్సంపన్నులై వాళ్ళు ఆ విషయాలు సాధిస్తూ వచ్చారు. కాబట్టి వైదిక జీవనం అనేటువంటిది ప్రజల్లోకి బాగా తీసుకువెళ్ళేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేయాలి. వైదికులుగా వైదిక ధర్మాన్ని పూర్తిగా అనుసరిస్తూ ఈ విషయాలని మనం గట్టిగా పట్టుకున్నట్టయితే అప్పుడు ఆచరణలో అది సాధ్యపడుతుంది. పూర్వం వాళ్ళు ఆ రకంగా ఉన్నారు. ఒక అర్జునుడు తపస్సు చేసి ఆ అస్త్రశస్త్రాలు సాధించారన్నారు. ఇది చదువు వల్ల, విజ్ఞానం బాగా పెరగడం వల్ల, ఒక్కొక్క విషయం ఇలా ఉందని తెలియడం వల్ల, ఇప్పుడు గ్రహణం వస్తుందని తెలియడం వల్ల ఆ విషయాలు వాళ్ళకి ఎలా తెలిసినాయి అని మనం ఆలోచిస్తే, వాళ్ళకు ఉన్నటువంటి యోగ శక్తి కానీ, వాళ్ళ ఆచరణ బలం కానీ, వాళ్ళు చేసినటువంటి ఆ రోజు చేసినటువంటి ఆ కృషి కానీ చాలా గొప్పది. అట్లాంటి విద్యార్థులలో ఆ రకమైన ఆ జీవన పద్ధతుల్ని తీసుకొచ్చేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం, వైదికమైన విధానాలని ప్రజల్లోకి తీసుకెళ్లేటువంటి ప్రయత్నం చేసినప్పుడు వీటి శాస్త్రీయతకి ఫలితాలు వస్తాయి. లేకపోతే అది కేవలం పుస్తకాల్లోనూ సెమినార్లోనే మిగిలిపోతుంది అని అనిపిస్తుంది.
థ్యాంక్ యూ. So for my friend Mishraji and many others who may not understand Telugu, let me just translate a bit of what Ramakrishna Garu has said. Olden days, all the knowledge that we are all talking about now, which is called the Vedic knowledge, has been done by people who used to do a regular Vedic way of living. Okay, they were grihasthas. At the same time, they had immense knowledge and they meditated on that knowledge, and a lot of great things came out of it. So it is important that that kind of a way of living need to be inculcated in current day life also, and bring out excellent knowledge through such a way of living is what Ramakrishna Garu is pointing out, and very rightly said, sir. Thank you very much. Correct. And obviously such a balanced way of living will lead to great knowledge.
Namaskara. Ramakrishna Somayaji iti mama nama. Vedabhashyam adhyapayami. Sabhaki namaskaram. లోకంలో విజ్ఞానము వేదంలో నుంచి ఆవిర్భవించింది అని, ప్రతి అంశము వేదంలో ఉంది అని ఒక ప్రసిద్ధి ఉంది. వేదము మంత్రము, బ్రాహ్మణము అని రెండు భాగాలుగా ఉంది. ఏ కార్యక్రమం, ఏ సంస్కారం, ఏది ఎలా చేసినా, ఏ పని ఎలా చేయాలో తెలుసుకునే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నా దాన్ని వేదాల వల్లే మనం తెలుసుకోగలుగుతాం. వేదాల్లో సూటిగా చెప్పే కొన్ని అంశాలు ఉంటాయి. పరోక్షంగా వేరే సందర్భంలో వేరే మాటలతో చెప్పే అంశాలు కొన్ని ఉంటాయి. సూటిగా చెప్పే విషయాల్ని ఎవరైనా గ్రహించగలుగుతారు. అలా తెలియని వాటిని మహర్షులు అక్కడక్కడ ఉన్న వాటిని కూడా పరిశీలించి దాన్ని సారాంశాన్ని స్మృతులుగా, మిగతా ఉపదేశాల రూపంలో సూత్రాలుగా అందించడం జరిగింది. ఇటువంటి వాటిల్లో దేనిలోనైనా వేదం చెప్పింది మనం చెయ్యాలంటే, వేదంలో చెప్పిన మంత్రాల్ని చదవాలి అంటే అందులో ఏముందో ఆ అంతరార్థం గ్రహించాలి. ఇది అవగాహన కోసం ఒకటి. రెండు, అందులో దాగి ఉన్న మర్మం కోసం. దానిలో ఉన్న మర్మం ఏదో వంట పడితే అది ఏదో మొక్కుబడిగా చేతులు దులుపుకోవడం కోసం చేసే పని కాకుండా పూర్తిగా వంట పట్టించుకుని అక్షరాల 100% న్యాయం జరిగేలాగా మనం పాటించగలుగుతాం. అలా పాటించాలి అంటే అది మన బుద్ధికి బాగా పట్టాలి. అది మన బుద్ధికి పట్టాలంటే దాన్ని బాగా విశ్లేషించుకొని మనం విశదీకరించుకోవాలి. దీనికి ఉపయోగించే సబ్జెక్ట్ వేద భాష్యం. ఈ వేద భాష్యాలు కల్పసూత్రాలు, పురాణాలు, ఇతిహాసాలు, కావ్యాలు, స్మృతులు వీటన్నింటినీ గ్రహించి దానితో పాటుగా ఈ వేదంలో చెప్పినటువంటి అంశాన్ని ఏకత్రితం చేయడం అంటారు. అంటే ఒకటిగా చేయగలిగితే ఒక ఇంట్లో అమ్మ చెప్పిన మాట, నాన్న చెప్పిన మాట, తాత చెప్పినది, లేకపోతే ఇంకా గురువులు చెప్పింది అన్నింటికీ సారాన్ని గ్రహించి మనం పాటించగలిగిన నాడు అది 100% సత్ఫలితాన్ని ఇచ్చినట్లుగా ఈ వేదభాష్యంలో చెప్పిన విషయాల్ని ఆకళింపు చేసుకుని లోకానికి అందించే ప్రయత్నం జరగాలి. దానిలో ఒక్క మాట నేను ముగిస్తాను. ఒక చోట మహర్షి ఒక గొప్ప ఫలితాన్ని సాధించాలి అంటే ఒకలా ఉండాలి నీ దినచర్య అని చెప్తారు. ఉదిత ఏవ తీర్థే స్నాత్వా శుచి ప్రయత బ్రహ్మచారి శుక్లవాసాహ అని మొదలుపెట్టి ఒకటి సాధించాలి అనుకున్నవాడు ఎప్పుడు లేవాలి, ఎలాంటి నీళ్లలో స్నానం చేయాలి, ఏ సమయంలో చేయాలి, ఎలాంటి వస్త్రాలు కట్టుకోవాలి, ఎటువంటి నియమాలతో ఉండాలి అని చెప్పారు. ఇంకొక చోట వేదం చెప్తుంది, దర్భాణం మహత్ ఉపస్థీర్య ఉపస్థం కృత్వా ప్రాంగ్ ఆసీన అని మొదలుపెట్టి చెప్పింది. అంటే మనం కూర్చునేటప్పుడు ఎటువంటి ఆసనం ఉండాలి, ఆ సిట్అవుట్ ఉండాల్సినటువంటి తీరు, వీడు ఏ దిశకి తిరిగి వీడి సాధన జరపాలి, లేకపోతే ఆ సమయంలో ఇతడు ఈ స్టేటస్ అంటారు కదా, కూర్చొని నుంచొని నడుస్తూ పరిగెడుతూ మాట్లాడుతూ ఇటువంటి అవస్థలలో ఏ స్థితిలో ఉండి ఇది నిర్వహించాలి ఇదంతా చెప్పారు. ఇప్పటి వరకు జరుగుతున్నది పెద్దవాళ్ళు చెప్పారు మేము చేస్తున్నాము అని మాత్రమే ఉంటుంది. కానీ ఇప్పటి రోజుల్లో సందేహం కలిగితే ఎందుకు ఇలా చెయ్యాలి అని సమాధానం చెప్పగలిగితే అవతల వ్యక్తికి సులువుగా ఇది బుద్ధికి ఎక్కుతుంది. అలా చెప్పగలగాలంటే ఆధునిక విజ్ఞానాన్ని కూడా సహకారంగా తీసుకుని ఒక సేతువుని ఏర్పరచుకుని ఈ ప్రాచీన విద్యల్లో సారాల్ని మనం గ్రహించాలి. దానికి మా కులపతులు ఒక సేతువు అని మేము భావిస్తాము. ఒక పెద్ద తీర్థం ఉంది, అది మనకి సరిపడా నీటిని అందించడానికి ఒక చిన్న దారి, అది ఇటువంటి దానివల్ల ప్రభావితమై దాన్ని సాధించగలము అని ఆశిస్తూ ఉపసంహరిస్తున్నాను.
థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
వేదభాష్యానికి స్థానం ఇవ్వాలి అనేటువంటిది, వేదభాష్యం సముచితం స్థానం దేయం వేదభాష్యానాం కృతే ఇది తత్ర సారः. అన్య విషయాస్తావత్ తత్ర సోదాహరణం అనావశ్యకం. ఏకం ఏకం వాక్యం సూచనారూపేణ దదతు. సో జస్ట్ గివ్ ది యువర్ పాయింట్స్ ఓన్లీ. The illustrations need not be. 3 more members, 4 more members are there. Now I introduce Professor Somadev Shatamshu. He is the Vice Chancellor of Gurukul Kangde Vishwa Vidyalaya of Haridwar. We can just while he...
Thank you very much for joining, sir. We are all discussing about how to work together, move forward to ensure that the younger generation particularly takes the need of understanding the Vedic sciences and trying to bring the knowledge of the Vedic sciences to the rest of the world. So each one was expressing their views in that direction. I request you also. So basically, just to summarize what Somyaji Garu has pointed out, he said that in our ancient scientists, particularly in the books such as Suktas, Smritis, Vedabhashyas, they have said certain things in a direct fashion, certain things in an indirect fashion, but understanding that can only happen when you focus on it in a proper way rather than just for the sake of learning. So that kind of a focus can come only when there is a particular way of doing. For example, in our Shastras they say, Anukulyasya sankalpam pratikulyasya varjanam. If you really have a goal to achieve that goal, what is important, what should be thrown out is something that is very important. He exactly said there is a way to study, these Shastras to be able to inculcate those Shastras better into your life. So that was a gist of what he has said. Thank you very much, Somayaji Garu. Now I request Somadev sir, please.
ओम सर्वेषां स्वागतं महत्सौभाग्यं यत् अद्य विश्ववैदिक विज्ञान सम्मेलन विषये अग्रे किं करणीयम् अस्माभिः अस्मिन् विषये चर्चा प्रचलति अहं मन्ये इदानीं भारतवर्षे अनेके स्थलेषु वैज्ञानिकाः वैदिकविद्वांसश्च अस्मिन् विषये कार्यं कुर्वन्ति कदाचित् अग्रे मन्ये दाक्षिणात्यदेशेषु अधिकः कार्यं कुर्वन्ति विद्वांसः एवं मन्ये दक्षिणदेशे एव कुत्रापि ये कार्यं कुर्वन्तः सन्ति तेषाम् एकं सम्मेलनं भवतु अपरं इदं प्राथम्येन अस्मिन् विषये अस्माभिः किं कार्यं यथा पूर्वमपि अस्माभिः विचारितम् आसीत् याः पाण्डुलिपीनां ये ग्रन्थाः विद्यन्ते तेषु ये प्रमुखग्रन्थाः सन्ति आधुनिकवैज्ञानिकदृशा वा वैज्ञानिकदृशा वेदविज्ञानदृशा तेषां ग्रन्थानां प्रकाशनं भवतु तेषां ग्रन्थानाम् उपरि चर्चा भवतु तृतीयतः तेषु बिन्दुषु अस्माभिः कार्यं करणीयं यत् कार्यं जनान् साक्षात् प्रभावयति यथा आयुर्वेदस्य अनेक महत्त्वपूर्णविषयाः वर्तन्ते योगस्य वा अनेक विषयाः वर्तन्ते तेषां विषयाणाम् उपरि पूर्वं कार्यं भवेत् छात्राः अनया परम्परया परिचिताः स्युः अनेन प्रथमकक्षातः एव वैदिकविज्ञानविषये वैदिकचर्चाविषये यः विषयः तान् वयं छात्रान् पाठयामः तेषु विषयेषु अस्माकं वैदिकसाहित्ये किं किम् उल्लिखितं वर्तते तेषां विषयाणाम् अवश्यम् अध्यापनं स्यात् एतत् अस्माकं प्रान्तीयसर्वकारः करोतु केन्द्रसर्वकारः वा करोतु अस्मिन् विषये प्रयासः अवश्यं विधातव्यं स्यात् येन अनेकशतवर्षाणां यद् आवरणम् अस्य ज्ञानस्य उपरि पतितमस्ति तत् अज्ञानं दूरीभवतु तत् आवरणं दूरीभवतु अस्तु
Myself, Radha Govinda Tripathi, registrar of this university. Certainly, this conference is a roadmap to work on Indian knowledge system. We know whatever the scientific elements depicted in ancient scriptures and what are the scientific elements presented before various sessions should be published in Indian languages by which a common man can know the importance of the Indian scriptures. In general, all the literatures developed in English only during the British era, all the field of knowledge, literatures are developed in English only. Just 2 years back, the government of Madhya Pradesh started developing literature in Indian languages, just like Hindi. Basically, in the field of medicine, the government of Madhya Pradesh started and also printed literature in Hindi, so that a common man can understand these scientific elements which were depicted in ancient scriptures. Thank you.
Correct. No, you have rightly said, sir, but there is a big mission in that direction happening. I want to just tell you, maybe I'll take 2 minutes on that. So, we know that even I have written books, but every time people like us write books, we write only in English. So, the question that people started asking is, if you go to Japan, if you go to Germany, if you go to China, any place, they study engineering in their own language. They study medicine in their own language. They don't study in English. Unfortunately, in India, because of the current scenario, we all try to learn this. So, but there is a big effort in that direction using modern technology. If you have heard of something called NPTEL, National Program on Technology Enhanced Learning, About 15-20 years back, when a lot of private engineering colleges came who did not have good faculty members, the government of India approached IIT professors saying that you have a lot of knowledge, why we cannot give this knowledge to the rest of the students in the private colleges. So they came to our classrooms, recorded all the lectures, 40 lectures of one full semester for one course is recorded and put on the YouTube. Now more than 2,500 such courses are available on the YouTube on every subject related to mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. These are mostly in engineering and sciences. This has been done, not on Vedic sciences, for example, but this has been done. Now what we are doing is taking that NPTEL course and using what is called speech to text. There is a technology called speech to text. If I am speaking now, this can be, the Google can immediately type what I am speaking. That is called speech to text. That speech to technology is being used to convert the whole NPTEL lecture, 40 hours of lectures, into a textbook in English to begin with. And then using machine language. Everybody is now talking of AI, ML. So using ML, they are converting it into 22 different languages. So that I have textbooks available in every language. For example, if I want to learn mechanical engineering in Telugu, every semester I do 5 courses, 8 semesters, 40 courses. If I have all these 40 courses textbook available in Telugu, then it's not difficult to teach in Telugu. So this is the direction in which we are moving, and there is definitely in 5 years down the line, there will be textbooks available in every language for every subject. Okay? So very nice point.
Add that besides the mass media, newspapers and electronics media be utilized for popular articles regarding this. I have written one article that music therapy in Germany. Similarly, many papers I have written, and you people are writing in very sophisticated manner, which is for the scopus and for all other for filtration.
I understand, sir.
But for public, one should be, there should be an
more
atmosphere.
popular books should come out. Yes, sir. Next to you. Radheshyam, sir.
Namaste, one and all. I am Dr. Radheshyam, Director, Faculty of Research and Publications. I submit my agreement with all the views that were expressed by my previous speakers. And also, I would like to supplement a few views to the gathering. Normally, to conduct a research, we need to select the topic and to narrow on the subject and the area of interest or like that. So when the modern scientists are eager to conduct some kind of research in the Vedic scriptures, it is a very difficult task to narrow onto the subject. So in this way, I would like to propose that Vedic University will be ready to take up a project on a comprehensive database of adjectives attributed to deities or any materials, whatever it may be. It is simply a compilation of the database. We just compile all the adjectives and along with the references, so that, and put it in the website or in the public domain. So when the scientists can scroll to all the matters, and when they get to some kind of adjectives, that adjective might be in a way of praise to the certain deity, or it might be contain some scientific significance also. So for choosing that type of research, it will be a good addition to the research field. And secondly, as far as manuscriptology, we teach our students who are admitted in the research programs, we teach manuscriptology. And our university is ready to offer manuscriptology to the students who are from the scientific background also, because basically we teach to the students who are from the Sanskrit backgrounds and Vedic backgrounds, and we can customize the contents, and we can tailor-made courses also we can prepare like that, and we can offer to the students in online mode or a hybrid mode also. And secondly, thirdly, I would like to submit that the inquiry systems that should be based on the Indian inquiry system. Now, the inquiry models also should be based on the Indian systems. Like that, we say that for Vyapti, we tell that invariable concomitance. So this is called as Vyapti, and this has a so to arrive at a definition or to create a definition, we should work on that model also. So in this way, our university is always, especially our faculty, is ready to offer.
Thank you very much, Radhesham Garu. Important point.
I would like to I beg 1 minute further. Recently, the IKS, Indian Knowledge System, has sanctioned me a project, a prana-based Vedic solutions. Yeah. So in the same way, I would like to propose some research topics also. Rudrabhisheka, an invincible induction of water cycle. So in that way, the
thank you, thank you, sir. Wonderfully said. In fact, one more important point is digitization of all the manuscripts should be very important, sir. This is we have to preserve. The only way to preserve is digitization. There is no other way. Scan everything and digitize. Very good. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
तारकरामकुमारशर्मा कृष्णयजुर्वेदविभागः तत्र सर्वैः उक्तम् अस्मदीयैः మా అధ్యాపకులందరూ కూడా అనేక విషయాలు చెప్పారు, కానీ ఒక్క అభిప్రాయం నేను చెప్పి వదిలేస్తాను. ఆ రిచువల్స్లో ఉపయోగించే ద్రవ్యాలు అనేక విషయాల గురించి మాట్లాడారు, లేకపోతే ఉదయం పూట జీవన విధానం ఎలా ఉండాలి అన్నీ మాట్లాడారు. కానీ అవన్నీ మనం పరిపాలించాలంటే ఆ ద్రవ్యాలు కానీ ఆ స్నానాది జలాలు అన్నీ కూడా శుద్ధంగా ఉండాలి. ఆ వేదాల్లో ఎలా మెన్షన్ చేశారో అటువంటివి మనం ప్రొడ్యూస్ చేసినప్పుడు మాత్రమే ఆ ఫలాలను పొందగలుగుతాం, దాని మీద పరిశోధన చేసినా సరే. అందువల్ల అటువంటి పొల్యూషన్ లేనటువంటి ద్రవ్యాలని ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి ఇందులో చెప్పబడిన విధానాలను ప్రచారం చేస్తే అన్ని రకాల ఉపయోగాలు పొందుతాము అనేది నాకు అభిప్రాయం.
Thank you, sir. I now give it to Murthy Garu to conclude.
That the queries of the scholars, Sanskrit scholars, or whenever teaching or reading, if they come across some scientific things, they will inform this platform to certify by the scientist, and that will also be facilitated by this committee, or they will further do research or tell them that this is a topic to be taken up.
Thank you, Professor B.S. Murthy Garu, for moderating this very excellently. At the same time, I apologize in hurrying my colleagues to brief their thoughts. It is not to discourage, but to take the time into consideration only. And very valid points were mentioned by everyone. Before I conclude, I would like to, this is being watched by hundreds of people through Streamline. So that's why here Dr. Gorti Srinivas, a mathematician from Vijayawada, he has been praising every comment which is being passed here, and at the same time he had a point to be added here. Creating the universality of vision, that is one, and whatever we offer, that should be original. So originality should be maintained, and versatility also should be developed among the people who are working. Dominance in the field, strength and energy, these should be taken into consideration. So these are the points added by Dr. Gorti Srinivas from our list. So every point is very excellent, and just I summarize. In summarizing, the same cannot be expressed, but the essence is taken by me. Professor Raghuram Raj Garu we should know our opponents, and combination of NSU, SV Vedic, IIT, ISER and other institutions is required. This is second one. And reconstruction of IKS thoughts also is essential. These are the 3 points mentioned by you, sir. And the next one is Professor Raghavarao Garu, to encourage and build up the spiritual quotient is very much essential, he said, and small booklets concept also is supported by him. And MOUs between Bharati Vijnana Parampara, other MOUs among the institutions, scientific institutions and the Sanskrit institutions is required, and let us hereafter call it Bharati Vijnana Parampara only. It is the very thought. And Professor P.K. Mishraji, identifying the experts, motivating the students, database of IKS, teachers training in IKS, using media for writing articles, all these are the points placed by Professor Prafula Kumar Mishraji. And after that, B.S. Murthy Garu added to teach morning IKS and sciences in the evenings is a very prime point presented by Murthy Garu. And GSR Murthy Garu supported the views and giving an illustration that the Shadangas are studied at one time and the Samhitas are studied at one time. Like that we have to maintain all this. Dividing our time we have to study. It is Umesh Bhatt conducting workshops is essential. It is the essence of Umesh Bhatt Garu's expression. And previously also he was the coordinator for IKS activities in our Veda Vishwavidyalaya, he said. And because of his invitation, we attended those camps as the members of NSU. After that, Dr. M.V.N. Pavan Kumar Garu has given many illustrations and said that about the importance of utensils and materials, and the scientific importance of ritualistic practices are very important. It is the essence of M.V.N. Pavan Kumar Garu. Yazuru Garu said we need laboratories. That's why here in this gathering I would like to say that we are going to start some Paurohitya lab and also Agama lab very soon. They are not merely traditional, they will be modern also. So this is one of the points he mentioned. And after that, Ganjam Ramakrishna Garu said traditional practices are to be given due importance in the modern research. It is the thought of Ganjam Ramakrishna Garu. Prava Ramakrishna Garu said Veda Bhashyam should be popularized. Yes, without the popularization of Veda Bhashyams, it is not possible to understand what is the heart of the Veda. And Professor Somadev Shatamsuji, South Indian IKS groups should be grouped together, and similarly for the popularization among the students also necessary activities should be taken care of. And earlier also Somadev Shatamsuji's thoughts were added in the beginning, which were shared by him in our day before yesterday's meeting. And Professor Radhagovinda Tripathi says scientific literature should be in regional languages. That is the thought of Radhagovinda Tripathi ji. Professor Radheshyam ji said compilation of Vedic scientific database of adjectives is to be given importance. Similarly, we are offering manuscriptology for our students. Hereafter we can do it for any students also in collaboration with the premier scientific institutions. And inquiry systems also are necessary, he says. And Tarak Ramasarma Garu says procedures to be popularized. Vedic procedures are to be popularized. These are the advice extended by all the learned members of this panel discussion. We are very much thankful to them. And these are the bindus only. We need to produce a Sindhu. Just like Sagaraputras made a Sagara, like this Vijnana Sagara is to be produced by all of us. And we are very happy to have Dinesh Kamatji with us. He is the Akhila Bharata Mantri for Samskrita Bharati. He is the heart of the activity, and we are fortunate enough to have him among with us. And in the valedictory function, we request him to join with us. This is the panel discussion. We are at the end of the panel discussion, sir. So in the valedictory function, which is going to be commenced in a couple of minutes, we will have the opportunity and fortune of listening to your message also. So with this, we conclude this panel discussion. This is not conclusion. This is beginning only, and for a the right acceleration of our activities. This is not a 4-day conference. This is the conference for the 4 days future, FORE4. So this is the thing. I thank everyone in person, all the dignitaries who are on the dais. Dhanyavadaha, namaskaraha.
Of this 4-day international conference on Vishwa Vaidika Vijnana Sammelanam, I invite all the dignitaries to occupy their seats on the dais. I invite Professor GSR Murthy Garu, Chief Guest of this program, to occupy the dais. And the same way, I invite Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra, Chancellor Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Central Agricultural University, Bihar, to occupy the dais. And also, I request Professor KSMS Raghava Garu, Dean Administration and Finance, IIT Tirupati, to occupy the dais. Aham tatra bhavato bhavatah Dinesh Kamath Mahodayan Akhila Bharata Sanghatana Mantri Varyan Samskrita Bharatyaha Vedikam Alankartum Samprarthaye. I request our beloved Vice Chancellor to occupy the dais as the President of this session. I request our registrar to occupy his seat on the dais, and also I request our coordinators, Professor Tarak Ramakumar Sharma and Dr. DPY Yajulu, to occupy their seats. I extend my warm welcome to all of the dignitaries occupying the dais and the respected dignitaries, invitees being present in the auditorium. Now I request our Vedic scholars to do the Vedic prayer.
भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवा भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवांसस्तनूभिर्व्याशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रावाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु स नो महानिमानो धूमकेतुः पुरुश्चन्द्रः धिये वाजाय हिन्वतु स रेवाम् इव विश्वतिर्दैव्यः केतुः शृणोतु नः उक्थैरग्निर्बृहद्भानुः नमो महद्भ्यो नमो अर्भकेभ्यो नमो युवभ्यो नमः आश्विनेभ्यः यजामदेवान् यदि शक्नवा ममाज्याय सस्यं समावृक्षिदेवाः ॐ
वेदविद्भ्यः धन्यवादाः समर्प्यन्ते। अहमिदानीम् अस्माकं वेदविश्वविद्यालयस्य कुलपतिवर्यान् अस्माकं प्रियतमकुलपतिवर्यान् आचार्य राणी सदाशिवमूर्तिमहोदयान् स्वीयम् अध्यक्षं भाषणं विधातुं
ब्रह्मेन्द्रवंदित पदांबुज शंखपाणि श्रीमत्सुदर्शन सुशोभित दिव्यहस्त कारुण्य सागर मनोज्ञ सुपुण्यमूर्ते श्रीवेंकटेश ममदेहि करावलंबम श्रीवेंकटेश ममदेहि करावलंबम अखिलांडकोटि ब्रह्मांड नायकस्य श्रीवेंकटेश्वरस्य अगणित कृपा प्रभावात् अयं वेद विश्वविद्यालयः आविर्भावादारभ्य एतावत्पर्यन्तं नानाविध महत्तर कार्यक्रमैः लोकविश्रुतः जातः। अतः आदौ श्रीवेंकटेश्वरस्य चरणकमलयोः मम नतततिं समर्पयामि। तथैव यद्यपि अत्र अस्मासु न विद्यन्ते तथापि एतादृश कार्यक्रमाणां रचनायां वा एतादृश कार्यक्रमनिर्वहणे वा अस्माकं सर्वदा तत्र अस्माकं प्रतिकार्यमपि प्रतिसंभावनामपि तत्र समर्थयन्तः वर्तन्ते। अस्माकं तिरुमल तिरुपति देवस्थानानां श्रीकार्यनिर्वहणाधिकारिणः मनसा वाचा कर्मणा च। अतः तेषां कृते अपि मम प्रणामान् विज्ञापयामि। इदानीम् अस्माकं तत्र वेदिकायाः उपरि नाम वर्तते एतस्य विश्ववैदिकविज्ञानसम्मेलनमिति। अतः विश्वे ये ये प्रसिद्धाः ते सर्वेपि वेदिकायाः उपरि सन्ति। तत्र एतस्य विज्ञानप्रचारविषये कटिबद्धाः स्वीकृतवर्तिनः ये वर्तन्ते ते सर्वेपि आदौ अस्माकं सुप्रसिद्धस्य संस्कृतलोके सर्वदापि नेतृपदवीम् अलङ्कृत्य विराजमानः अस्ति अस्माकं तिरुपतिस्थ राष्ट्रीयसंस्कृतविश्वविद्यालयः। तस्य मान्याः कुलपतयः अस्माकम् आत्मीयाः मार्गदर्शकाश्च। इदानीन्तन अद्यतन समापनोत्सवस्य ते मुख्यातिथिवर्याः सन्ति। तेभ्यः नमस्कारान् समर्पयामि। तथैव तेषां च स्वागतं व्याहरामि। एवमेव संस्कृतभारत्याः प्रतीतिं प्रसिद्धिं च वयं जानीमः। तत् वैश्विकसंस्था न तु केवलं कस्यचित् प्रदेशस्य अथवा कस्यचित् राज्यस्य अथवा केवलं भारतदेशस्य तत्र सम्बन्धी संस्था इयं, परन्तु वैश्विकसंस्था इयं। सर्वेष्वपि नागरिकदेशेषु संस्कृतस्य प्रचारार्थं कटिबद्धाः कार्यकर्तारः संस्कृतभारत्याः। तादृशस्य संस्कृतभारत्याः अखिलभारत सङ्घटनामन्त्रिणः श्रीमन्तः दिनेशकामत् महाभागाः अस्माकं भाग्यवशात् अपमेघोदयं वर्षम् अदृष्टकुसुमं फलम् इति कालिदासमहाशयैः यदुक्तं मेघं विना वृष्टिरिव कुसुमं विना फलमिव ते अस्माकं भाग्यवशात् समागताः। अतः तान् विशिष्टातिथिरूपेण समागतान् तत्र मनसा शिरसा च नत्वा आह्वयामि, स्वागतं व्याहरामि च। एवमेव अस्माकं सर्वदापि मार्गदर्शकाः सन्ति, तदेव अस्माकं हितैषिणः ये वर्तन्ते तेषु अग्रगण्याः। अतः हितैषिणः ये वर्तन्ते तेषु अग्रगण्याः सन्ति श्रीमन्तः आचार्याः प्रफुल्लकुमार मिश्रमहाभागाः। एते राजेन्द्रनगर व्यावसायिकविश्वविद्यालयस्य कृषिविश्वविद्यालयस्य कुलाधिपतयः। एवमेव उज्जयिनीस्थ वेदविद्या सान्दीपनी वेदविद्याप्रतिष्ठानस्य तत्र अध्यक्षाश्च। तेभ्यः अस्माकं सर्वेषां पक्षतः हार्दं स्वागतं व्याहरामि नतिततिभिः साकम्। इदानीं तत्र क्रमशः मुख्यातिथिवर्याणां कृते, विशिष्टातिथिवर्याणां कृते, आत्मीयातिथिवर्याणां कृते पुष्पगुच्छानि समर्पयन्ति अस्माकं कुलसचिवाः। एवमेव एतत् वस्तुतः चतुर्दिनात्मकं चतुर्दिवसीयं सम्मेलनमिदं केवलं संस्कृतज्ञानां वा केवलं वैदिकानां वा न, परन्तु एतत् तत्र इण्डियन् नाम अत्र वैज्ञानिकाः अपि विलसन्ति अस्यां सभायां तथैव अस्मिन् कार्यक्रमे च। एतस्य मूलहेतुभूताः अत्र भवितव्याः, परन्तु कार्यान्तरेण तत्र अन्यत्र सन्ति। अस्माकम् अत्यन्तम् आत्मीयाः आचार्याः गड्डि सूर्यनारायणमूर्तिमहाभागाः येषां प्रीत्या येषाम् आत्मीयता प्रभावात् तत्र इण्डियन् नालेड्ज् सिस्टम्स् डिविजन् मिनिस्ट्री आफ् एजुकेशन् गवर्नमेण्ट् आफ् इण्डिया न्यू दिल्ली तत्र अस्माकं विश्वविद्यालयस्य भारतीयज्ञानपरम्परा विभागस्य सर्वकारस्य भारतसर्वकारस्य भारतीयज्ञानपरम्परा विभागस्य च संयुक्ततत्त्वावधाने इदं सम्मेलनम् आयोजितमस्ति। अतः यद्यपि अत्र न सन्ति, प्रायशः ते तत्र अन्तर्जाल सभाङ्गणे सन्ति इति मन्ये। अतः तेभ्यः गण्टि सूर्यनारायणमूर्तिमहाभागेभ्यः हार्दं स्वागतं व्याहरामि, नमांसि च प्रकटयामि। तथैव अत्र वक्तव्याः वर्तन्ते। तत्र आचार्याः राघवराव महाभागाः KSMS राघवराव महाभागाः ते न तु केवलं वैज्ञानिकाः परन्तु वैदिकाश्च प्रवर्तनेन तथैव तावत् वर्तनेन च। अतस्तावत् तत्र तैः in propagating ancient Indian culture among the youngsters, particularly among youth, the contribution of Raghavarao Garu is very great. Hence, I take the privilege of inviting him, expressing our welcome to him, sir. Sir, namaskar. Similarly, here we have the success of this conference is not of a single person or not of any particular group, but this is the success of the entire university, and particularly there are yoke bearers are expected. Who are those yoke bearers? The two professors. One is Professor Tarakarama Kumar Sharma Garu and the other professor is Yadulu Garu. These two are the coordinators of this. That's why I extend my hearty welcome to both of them. And after that, so certain persons announce and do. Certain persons only announce and they don't do. Certain persons never announce but silently do. Among such persons, the silent worker is our Professor Radha Govinda Tripathi, the registrar. So, because of him, the success could be claimed by the Vice Chancellor. So, I express my hearty welcome to Radha Govinda Tripathi garu. And similarly, the pride of our institution, Professor Radheshyam garu, Radhadvayam Parshveva Upavishta. Atastavat Radheshyam garu, I am extending a welcome to him. And now I should not ignore my responsibility to invite all the dignitaries who are off the dais, particularly Somadeva Sitamsuji, the Vice Chancellor of Gurukul Kangde Vishwavidyalaya Haridwar, and our dearest Atmiya Bandhu from Nepal, Vishwanath Naipani from Nepal, and he is a very great scholar in many, multidimensional scholar from Nepal. I extend my warm welcome, sir, to you. And similarly, one of the best philosophers of our country, Raghurama Rajgaru, I extend my warm welcome to him. And for all of my colleagues and other guests also, by name, though I am not able to invite you all, as a replication of my heart, considering you all, I extend my hearty welcome to you all. Namaskar, pranams to everyone. I should not miss to express my welcome pranams to B.S. Murthy garu, who has been inspiring us since this morning. So, there are many scholars and scientists who have addressed us during these 4 days, and the reverberating message of B.S. Murthy garu is different from the message of all others. That's why it is in our hearts, imprinted in our hearts. So, namaskar and welcome to you, sir. And my daughters also are there, who got the first and second PhD holders under my guidance, Jyoti and Anupama. And I extend Vidyaputri Dvayam. I extend my welcome to both of them, one from Pune and one from National Sanskrit University. And similarly, welcome to everyone. And now I must take the time to give in brief what had happened during these 4 days. That is, totally there are 24 sessions were conducted during these 4 days through the invited speakers, and similarly nearly 16 sessions to 20 sessions were conducted for internal members. Simultaneously parallel sessions were there. The topics also are of wonderful importance. The first session, Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishraji as the chairperson, Vede Sharira Vijnanam, that is the topic. And after that, Professor Upendra Kumar Tripathi, Vedeshu Paryavarana Vijnanam. He is the director of this Varanasi Veda Vijnana Parishat. And after that, session 2, Kompella Subbaraya Shastri, chairperson, Indian contribution to science. It was his topic. And then Sri V.J. Shivasankar Reddy, as one of the speakers, gave a lecture on management principles from Kautilya's Arthashastra, and Dr. P. Srinivasa Krishna Reddy, sources of ancient Indian agricultural knowledge. Here, the interesting thing is Srinivasa Krishna Reddy is a Sanskrit lecturer as well as a farmer also. So, his lecture is very much practical. And after that, in the session 3rd, Professor Alladi Mohan Garu very interestingly spoke on the subject medicine in Srimad Valmiki Ramayanam, some insights. And after that, Dr. M.C. Venkatanath spoke on strategic management and risk management in Panchatantra. And after that, Professor Rally Anupama, she spoke on an introduction to ancient Indian art and science of weaponry with reference to Srimad Mahabharata. So she got equipped with all Shastras and Astras to speak on this subject. And after that, session 4th, Dr. D. Jyoti spoke on therapeutic perceptions in ancient yogic scriptures. She is yogini also by practice. And then session 5, Professor Vijay Kumar CG, the Vice Chancellor of Ujjaini Panini Vishwavidyalaya, he spoke generally on the contents of Sanskrit science, and under his chairpersonship, Y. Ram Mohan, as a speaker, very beautifully presented a speech on celestial directions using Katyayana's Sulva Sutra. So it was his subject, very excellent, highly including mathematical implications in it. He presented it. And then session 6, Professor P. Murali Krishna as the chairperson, he spoke on principles of longevity and quality of life in Ayurveda and their research revalidations. He is a practitioner, medical practitioner, and he is a doctor, popular doctor, member of Ayush also, and he spoke excellently how to extend our life span. It is the content of his speech. And then Sri Charan Paladugu, through online he joined. He is from USA. He spoke on Narayana Suktam and thoracic cavity. It was his speech, very excellently delivered. And then Ayachit Shantanu, he spoke on analysis of yogic diet and modern diet. A comparison was brought. And in the 7th session, Professor C. Ranganathan chaired, and he spoke on botany in Srimad Valmiki Ramayana. And after him, under his chairmanship, Dr. K.E. Sri Venkatanathan spoke on Nyaya Shastra Drishtya Adhunika Vaidjanikamsyanam Samalochanam. Anantaram, Rajendra Savant, Mahabharati Vyaktitva Jijnasa is his topic. After that, in the next day, in the morning session, Dr. C. Vamsi Krishna Ghanapati, he spoke on solutions from Vedic philosophy to the societal problems. It was his topic. And Professor Prasad Gokhale, speaker, ancient hydrology. It was his topic. And in the next session, Professor Somadev Shatamsiji was the chairperson, and he spoke on Veda Yoga Vijnanam. And Dr. Dinesh Pandurang Rasal spoke on Yoga Vijnanam. And then in the 10th session, we had Professor K. Ramasubramanian Garu as the chairperson. He covered very unknown and very rare aspects of ancient Indian knowledge systems. And after him, under his chairpersonship, Dr. Dinakara Marathe spoke on Prachina Nagara Vastu Siddhantanam Adhunika Nagara Nirmane Prasangikata. It was his topic. And then Brahmasri V. Krishnan, as the chairperson, spoke on the contemporariness of Vedic knowledge. And then Dr. Parag Bhaskar Joshi from Pune, he spoke on, from Kalidasa, Kavikulu Guru Kalidasa Vishwavidyalaya, he spoke on Bharatiya Mano Vijnana Shastre Manaha iti. And after him, Professor, under the chairpersonship of Professor V.V. Jaddipal, the Professor Premraj Naipuni from Nepal spoke on preserving Nepal's manuscript heritage, and a very wonderful and useful lecture was delivered even by Professor Jaddipalji. And in the 13th session, we had the very interesting lecture by Professor R.V. Kumar. He is the Vice Chancellor and Director of SWIMS, Sri Venkateswara Institute of Medical Sciences, Medical University's Vice Chancellor, but he spoke on mysticism and mystic anatomy. It was his subject. And after that, Professor Kasinath Naipuni, he spoke on exploring ancient Indian sciences through the Nigama and Agama texts. It was his topic. And Professor V. Ramanathan, he is professor in IIT Varanasi. He spoke on a Garudavalokanam of achievements in ancient Indian chemistry, material science and metallurgy was his subject. And after that, in the 14th session, Professor B.S. Murthy this morning has chaired, and his lecture is an eye-opener and directional and also very much useful for uniting all the institutions who are working for the same cause. And Sri Kalyana Chakravarti Tatavarti, he under the chairmanship of B.S. Murthy, he delivered a lecture from Australia, and that lecture was about weather forecast and rainfall forecast as mentioned in Varahamihira's Brihad Samhita, and its application through the in the modern times with a comparison with the predictions of IMD, Indian Meteorology Department's predictions. So it is a very deep study, and these were the papers by invited speakers. And as far as the internal speakers are concerned, N.R. Soumyanarayana spoke on Vedesh Jala Vijnanam, K.V. Narasimha Shastri applied agricultural science in Vedic studies. These two under the chairpersonship of Goli Subramanya Sharma Garu, and then Dr. Ganjam Ramakrishna Garu as a chairperson presented a paper on Marichukta Nadi Chakra Vijnanam, and then C. Kartikeyan spoke on Saivagameshu Prithivyadi Tattva Vijnanam. Dr. G.P. Shadangi presented a paper on pharmacology for health in Ayurveda, and Dr. P. Sai Charan presented his paper on Yajnavalkya Gitayam Pranayama Vichara, that is. And then Dr. N.R. Soumyanarayan acted as the chairperson. Under his chairpersonship, Dr. K.H. Rajesh Kumar spoke on architecture in Agama Shastra. So he is an expert in Pancharatra Agama and architecture also. Then Sri Ravishankar Mishra spoke on Vede Voshadhi Vijnanam. And then Dr. Yazulu Garu as a chairperson presented the scientific attitude of Vedas, and his topic was it. And Dr. B.V. Srinathacharya spoke on Atharva Vede Vanaspati Vijnanam, and PNP Deepak Sharma spoke on Kanva Satapathe Agnyadhanartham Sambriyamananam Sambharanam Prasangaha. So it was his topic. And the Dr. P.T.Z. Bharata Shekharacharyulu spoke on Pancharatragame Aushadhi Vijnanam, and Sri K. Tarakarama Kumar Sharma, Professor Tarakarama Kumar Sharma as the chairperson presented his paper on Taittiriya Sakhayam Loha Vijnanam, and Govinda Prasad Adhikari, and he spoke on Manava Jivani Yajnasya Prasangikita. Vishnu Parikh, he spoke on Adhunika Chikitsa Paddhatu Varna Pradhana Praghasa Parvanaha Prasangikita. Under JSVN Praveen Kumar Sharma, he spoke on Taittiriya Shakhayam Prajotpatyupayaha. And then Dr. M.V.N. Pavan Kumar Sharma's chairpersonship, he spoke on Vedoktam Sapindya Vijnanam, and Dr. A.V. Bharadwaj under the chairpersonship of M.V. Pavan Kumar Sharma spoke on Vaidika Karmasu Jala Vijnanam, and Sri Prava Ramakrishna Garu, Prava Ramakrishna Somayaji Garu, he spoke on Arunaketuka Agnichayani Abhishtakasu Jala Vijnanam, that is. And then Dr. R. Subramanya Bide, so he spoke on Shrutishu Pranadi Vishayaka Vijnana Paravarshaha, and then Dr. Brahmacharya chairperson, and under his chairpersonship, Sri Mohit Chandra Paragai, he spoke on Vede Bhugarbha Vijnanam, And Sri Vikasacharya spoke on Vede Srishti Vijnanam. R.V. Satyanarayana spoke on Vaikhanasa Kalpa Sutrokta Rutusangamani Vaidnyanika Visheshaha. Dr. M. Manideep Kumar spoke on Sri Vaikhanasa Bhagavat Chastrokta Snapana Dravyeshu Vaidnyanika Vicharaha. Sri G.V. Faniraja Shastri spoke on Vaidikam Vrishti Vijnanam. Surya Prakash Oja spoke on Samavede Agni Vijnanam. Snehasish Chaudhary spoke on Atharva Veda Ayurveda Chikitsa. Dr. K.V. Hanumat Sharma, he spoke on Vedatraye Rasayana Vijnana Chintanam. And then Dr. T. Umesh, under his chairpersonship, an analysis of karma theory according to Mimamsa philosophy. And Dr. Ganesh Prasad Bhatt spoke on Vaidika Bhasha Vijnanam. Dr. S. Sitaramaro spoke on Agnyadhana Vaidnyanikata. Dr. Veda Prakash Pandey, he spoke on Prachina Kale Yogasya Abhiprayaha. Dr. J.S.V.N. Chandrasekhar Sharma spoke on Suvrushti Praptaye Taittiriyopadeshaha. That is. And after that, under the chairpersonship of Dr. M.V. Jairam Sharma, Vedanta Darshane Vedokta Disha Sarva Darshana Samarasyam. And Dr. G. Madhubabu spoke on Vaikhanasa Kalpa Sutrokta Manava Vijnanam. And Dr. P. Neelakandan spoke on Saivagameshu Yoga Vijnanam. Dr. S.V. Ravikant spoke on exploring dose-response relationships in toxicology, correlating modern understanding with Vedic practices. And after that, Dr. K. Purushottamacharya Garu, as the chairperson of a session, he spoke on Taittiriye Pancha Bhautika Vicharaha. And then Sri Vinod Sharma spoke on Vede Krushi Vijnanam. Then Akshay Kulakarni spoke on Vedokta Karmasu Samaya Vijnanam. Then under the chairpersonship of Dr. Soumya Narayanan, S. Sai Teja spoke on Shukla Yajurvede Voshadhi Vaisishtyam. Sri Ishan spoke on Ayurvede Jvarachikitsa. Sri P.S.S. Iyengar spoke on Vaikhanasa Sutrokta Vriksha Vaisishtyam. V. Sai Charan Kumar Sharma spoke on Rigvede Jala Vijnanam. Sri C. Vajashrava, he spoke on Surya Prakasa Mantaranam Vaisishtyam. Dr. T.G. Krishna Kumar spoke on Vriksha Vijnana Visheshaha. Dr. A.V. Radheshyam's chairpersonship, under his chairpersonship, he spoke on manuscript editing with an emphasis on text reconstruction. And then Sri Ram Mukund Kulakarni spoke on Vede Vanaspati Vijnanam. And Shubham Mishra spoke on Vedeshu Vijnanam. Like this, totally 90 papers were presented by 90 people, both invited speakers as well as internal speakers. So it is a great feast for the hearts and also for minds and also for our intellects. So I thank everyone on this occasion, because to choose a topic is an exercise, and after choosing a topic, elucidating it in an appropriate manner also, it is also next step, and pleasing the audience, that is the final step. And after pleasing the audience, it is the responsibility of the institution to take it to the thresholds of every interested person, whoever is there in the country and also in the continents also. Now, very soon we are going to bring a very voluminous publication consisting of all these contributions of these great scholars, and thanking them all, thanking all the dignitaries on the dais for giving me this wonderful opportunity. With pranams, I conclude my introductory words. Om Namo Venkateswara.
I take the privilege of welcoming our Vice Chancellor with flower bouquet. I request our registrar to offer flower bouquet to our Vice Chancellor. Thank you, sir, for your informative and elaborating speech. Your words are such magical that you took us on a virtual tour of the total 4-day program by your mentioning of the topics like this. I thank you once again. Now I request our chief guest, Professor GSR Krishnamurthy Garu, Vice Chancellor of National Sanskrit University, to deliver his address.
हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण सत्यस्यापिहितं मुखं तत्त्वं पुरुषन्नपावृणु सत्यधर्माय दृष्टये। अयं मन्त्रः ईशावास्योपनिषदि वर्तते। तत्र काचन दृष्टिः अपेक्षिता भवति, सा दृष्टिः सत्ये भवति। सत्यञ्च हिरण्मयेन पात्रेण पिहितं, covered. Now we have to discover these satya, what is the truth. Idancha tatha eva arabdham asmakam anveshanam. Mahatah pramodasya avasaram, we are traditional scholars, that too Vedic scholars. We are in North Pole. Our modern scientists are South Pole. There was no communication at all. From long ago it is. Now this is a time. The one channel is open. That is this Vaidika Vijnana Sammelanam. This the noble thought. He arranged this conference. Kadapi asmabhi evan rupena chintanam na kritam. Vaijnanikaha Vaidikascha ekasyam Vaidikayam bhavanti iti. Atra paschema aneke Vaidikaha santi. Raghava Mahodayaha Tatusah Vaijnanikaha api santi. V.S. Murtsadusah Vaijnanikaha santi. Raju Mahodaya, Raghuram Raju Mahodaya Tadusah api santi. Aneke Vidvansah Soma Yajulu Mahodaya Prabha Ramakrishna Mahodaya Tadusah Vaidikaha scholars santi. Asmakam tatra Satamsu Mahodaya api Gurukul Kangadi Vishavidyalaya Samagata santi. Yavameva asmakam Kashinath Negi Tepi Samagataha Atra Vidyante asmakam Samskrita Bharatyaha A Vishwam iti vaktum sakyate tadusaha mahamantrina Dinesh Kamath Mahodayaha Yete cha abhyagataha abhyagata swayam Vishnu iti kathyate tesham samaveshena iyam sabha dhanya dhanya jata. Visheshata, this is the burning question, the topic that asmakam sanskritasya kim mahatvam iti pradhamata eva asmakam manasi bahu jigyasa vartate sma. Ane lokasya upakaraha kadam bhavet kadam va asya jnanena prayojanam kim va tatra bhavati iti sarvesham sammukam ayat. Vayam vedan patamaha kim prayojanam iti kadayanti prayojanam anuddisya namando pravartate iti. Tadanim asmabhi chintanam kritam sanskritam patha adhuniko bhava. Learn Sanskrit, be modern. Yetad dvayamapi yada bhavat tadanim asmakam bharatadesha vishwagurusthanam bhajate. Tatra B.S. Murthy Mahodaya adhuna kinchit ekam suchanan dattavantah pratah kale bharatiyam vaidikam vijnanam patana samagri bhavatu madhyane adhunika vijnanasya bhavatu vayam sarvepa adhuna kinchit vardhamehe puratan samaya nasti vaidika eva किमपि न जानन्ति इति न वैज्ञानिकाः एव न अन्यत् न जानन्ति इत्यपि न एते समग्रतया लघु लघु पुस्तकानि दृष्ट्वा उपनिषत् वाङ्मयं जानन्ति अहम् अनेकान् अधिकारिणः दृष्टवान् अधुना ते यदा विरताः भवन्ति संस्कृतस्य विषये बहु जागरूकतां दर्शयन्ति अधुना तादृशी साम्यव्यवस्था आगता अतः उभयावपि संस्कृतं साहित्यं च संस्कृतं विज्ञानं च ज्ञातुं वयं प्रभवामः किञ्चित् लाजिक् भवति एपिस्टमालजि भवति तद्वारा वयं चिन्तनं कुर्मः चेत् इदं सत्यमिति भाति अस्माकं शिवशङ्कररेड्डी महोदय DR महोदयाः सन्ति अधुना आडिट् आफीसर् भवन्ति IIT मध्ये ते च सम्यक्तया ज्ञात्वा अत्र संस्कृतविज्ञानविषये तत्र पठनमपि कुर्वन्ति आधुनिकाः संस्कृतज्ञाः जाताः संस्कृतज्ञाः आधुनिकाः भवन्ति एतादृशी व्यवस्था अत्र कृता वर्तते सम्यक् ज्ञानं तत्र वर्तते एव तदेव अस्माकं तद् उपदिश्यते मङ्गलश्लोके तद् सत्यधर्माय दृष्टवे सत्यधर्माय दृष्टये इति सत्यधर्मा का भवति तत् सत्त्वम् अस्माभिः ज्ञातव्यं भवति इदमेव अस्माकं परमं तत्त्वं भवति वी डोण्ट् वाण्ट् ए नेम् अण्ड् फेम् वी ओन्ली वाण्ट् दट् विश् टु गेट् अवर् वेल्फेर् आफ् अवर् जनरल् सोसैटि अयम् अस्माकं चिन्तनम् आसीत् 20 वर्षेभ्यः पूर्वम् अस्माकं तत्र सदाशिवमूर्तिमहोदयैः तदानीं तत्र पञ्चमुखिमहोदयैः प्रह्लादाचार्यमहोदयैः एवं रूपेण प्रेरणा दत्ता अस्माभिः संस्कृतविज्ञानवैभवम् इति स्वीकृत्य अनेकेषु विषयेषु अस्माकं प्रचारः कृतः तत्र समग्रतया अस्माकं सम्यक् रेस्पान्स् आगतं खण्डान्तरेष्वपि गतम् अस्माकं रष्या मध्ये तत्र सेण्ट् पीटर्स्बर्ग् मध्येपि तत्र आयोजनं कृतं वर्तते समग्रतया IIT मध्ये NIT मध्ये सर्वत्र प्रायः 40 संस्थानां मध्ये अस्माकं प्रदर्शनी सञ्चालिता वर्तते वस्तुतः वयं पश्येम अधुना यदस्ति ताराभवनमिदमस्ति ताराणां कथं नामानि आगतानि एकैकस्य नक्षत्रस्य कथं भवति इति तदानीन्तने तस्मिन् ग्रन्थे अस्माभिः सङ्कलितं वर्तते अश्विनी अश्वरूपा भवति तत् पश्यन्तु किञ्चित् उक्त्वा अहं विरमामि संस्कृतस्य विज्ञानवैभवं किं भवति इति अस्माभिः क्रियते अश्विनी भवति अश्वाकारा भवति एस्ट्रालजि मध्ये कान्स्टलेशन् आफ् स्टार्स् भवन्ति तेषां नक्षत्राणां रेखाचित्रणं क्रियते चेत् अश्विनीरूपेण आयाति प्रायः अत्र अश्विनी यत्र वर्तते यत्र पश्यन्तु अश्वमुखाकारेण तद्भवति अयं च अश्विनी एकैकस्य नक्षत्रस्य एकैका तत्र अधिदेवता भवति अश्विनीनक्षत्रस्य अभिदेवताः भवन्ति अश्विनीकुमारौ देववैद्यो भवतः एवं रूपेण तद् वर्तते अधुना तेन सह अस्माकं हृदये यः अश्विनीनक्षत्रे जाताः भवन्ति तेषां तस्य प्रभावः भवत्येव अस्माकं अधुना कथयामि फलितज्योतिषस्य विषये अधुना चिन्तनं न कुर्मः तत् विज्ञानं भवति वा न वा इति केवलं यत् कथयामः अश्विनीनक्षत्रस्य यन्महत्त्वं वर्तते तत् अस्माकं शरीरेपि भवति अश्विनीनक्षत्रे केचन वृक्षाः भवन्ति तेषां वृक्षाणां बाटनी मध्ये पश्यामः कालस्करवृक्षः अश्विनीनक्षत्रस्य कालस्करं नाम तेलुगुभाषायां मुष्टि इति कथ्यते तत्र यदि होमियोपति मध्ये नक्सवामिका भवति तदेव कालस्करवृक्षः तर्हि एतद्द्वारा किम् अनयोः कः सम्बन्धः अहं चिन्तयामि उभयोः सामान्यस्य बहु कार्यं कर्तुं शक्यते दिष्ट्या मया लक्नो नगरे स्थितं तत्र च बोटानिकल् रिसर्च् इन्स्टिट्यूट् भवति तत्र ड्रग् इन्स्टिट्यूट् भवति एवं रूपेण CDRI CBRI उभयं मिलित्वा तत्र किञ्चित् परिशोधनं कृतं नक्षत्रवृक्षाणां विषये अश्विनीनक्षत्रे कथं अस्य वृक्षस्य च अश्विनी नक्षत्रस्य च कः सम्बन्धः तदानीं तैः कथितं भवान् पश्यतु अश्विनी कार्ती भवति कार्ती नाम अश्विनी सङ्क्रान्तिः भवति प्रायः 13 दिनानि यावत् अश्विनीनक्षत्रे सूर्यः भवति तदानीमेव स अयं वृक्षः विकसति इति तैः अन्विष्य कथितं तदानीम् एवं रूपेण यदा तत्र विकसितं भवति तदेव फलं भवति तथैव फलस्य सम्पूर्णतया एसेन्स् भवन्ति यदि नक्सवामिका अधिकं स्वीकुर्मः तदानीम् अहं अश्विनीनक्षत्र जातः भवामि यथा एसेन्स् अधिकं जायते तेन च रियाक्षन् भवति इदमेव ड्रग् रियाक्षन् नाम एतदेव आगच्छति इति अनेन अवगम्यते तर्हि एवं रूपेण यदि जातं तर्हि अश्विनीनक्षत्रस्य वृक्षः भवति कालस्करवृक्षः कालस्करवृक्षस्य सेवनं कुर्मः चेत् नित्ययौवनं भवति इति कथयन्ति अत्र च किं भवति तत्र मध्ये तत्र अन्यत् मिथ्यामसाला तत्सर्वमपि भवति पुराणेषु गच्छेम पुराणेषु सुकन्याचरितमेकं वर्तते तत्र देवी भागवते सुकन्या काचन शर्याति महाराजस्य पुत्री भवति, सा च एकत्र उद्याने गतवती। उद्याने गत्वा च्यवनमहर्षेः तत्र नेत्रयोः स्फोटनं करोति तत्र चापल्येन। तदानीं तस्याः कृते विवाहः कृतः अनया कन्यया। तदानीम् अयं च वृद्धः अन्धः स पतिः भवति। तदानीम् एवं रूपेण एकस्मिन् दिने सा जलार्थं गतवती। तत्रैव अश्विनीकुमारो स्तः। यमलो भवतः अतीव सुन्दरो भवतः किञ्चित् क्षणं तत् कृतवती। तेन दर्शनं कृतवती, आगत्य कथितवती एवं रूपेण। तदानीं स च अतीव दुःखितः जातः। तदानीं ते शापं दत्तवती। अनन्तरं च तौ आगत्य किं कर्तव्यमिति शापस्य विमोचनं कर्तुं तत्र कथायां वर्तते। अयं च मम पतिः वर्तते, अयं च वृद्धः भवति, नेत्रे नस्तः, अस्य तत्र करोतु चिकित्सां कुरुताम् इति तौ गत्वा चिकित्सां कृतवन्तौ। तदानीं स च सद्यः एव युवा जातः। तर्हि युवा कथं जातः? तस्य पिता आगतः, दृष्टवान् तत्र पुत्रीं जामातरं च। जामाता युवा जायते, कदाचित् वृद्धं मारयित्वा यं च अपरं कदाचित् परिणीता वा इति सन्दिग्धा जाता। तदानीं सा च्यवनः तत् कथयति, वस्तुतः इयम् एव अस्याः कारणेनैव अश्विनीकुमारो आगतौ, अश्विनीकुमारो मम चिकित्सां कृतवन्तौ, तेनैव वयं अहं युवा जातः इति कथयति। तदनन्तरं च एतत् सर्वमपि कृत्वा अश्विनीकुमारो गतौ। तेषां कृते किम् उपकर्तव्यम् इति कृत्वा तत्तु अश्विनीकुमारयोः यज्ञांशः नास्ति। कुतः यदि वैद्यचिकित्सां करोति स च कदाचित् पङ्क्तिबाह्यः तादृशरूपेण तत् कृतो वर्तते। अतः यदा तस्य हव्यं न दत्तं तदानीं च्यवनमहर्षिः तयोः कृते अश्विनीकुमारयोः एकं कृतवान्, तस्य हव्यांशं दत्तवान् इति इयं कथा। तर्हि केन औषधेन अयं च वृद्धः युवा जातः? अयम् औषधं भवति कालस्करं नक्सवामिका भवति। ये नक्सवामिका वयं सम्यक्तया सेवनं कुर्मः, वयं च वृद्धाः कदापि न भवेम, वृद्धाः अपि युवानः भवामः इति एकवारम् एतादृशं प्रसङ्गेन सह यदि सम्मेलनं कुर्मः तदानीं समग्रतया अस्माकं प्राचीनविज्ञानं किं भवति इति ज्ञायते। सर्वत्रापि नाम निष्पक्षपाततया एकवारं पश्यन्तु, ते तदेव सत्यं भवति। तत् सत्यधर्माय दृष्टये इति ईशावास्योपनिषदः रहस्यमिदं भवति। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। हरि ओम्।
धन्यवादाः आचार्याः GSR कृष्णमूर्तिमहोदयाः। तेषां भाषणेन पूर्णमिदमिति मन्त्रस्य पुनः आवृत्तिः जाता इव वर्तते। अधुना अहं सम्प्रार्थये श्रीमतः कामत् महोदयाः। सामान्यतः संस्थायाः कश्चित् सम्बन्धी जनः इत्युक्ते तत्र सम्बन्धः भिन्नः भवति, परन्तु तेषां विषये तु संस्कृतभारतीस्वरूपाः श्रीमन्तः कामत् महोदयाः इत्येव वक्तव्यं। तावत् तादात्म्यापन्नाः एते वर्तन्ते, स्वयं संस्कृतभारतीस्वरूपाः। तान् अहम् अनुरुन्धे स्वीयं सन्देशं दातुम्।
आदरणीयाः वेदक्षेत्रस्य विज्ञानक्षेत्रस्य दिग्गजाः, आत्मीयाः संस्कृतबान्धवाः, अहं तु विद्वान् अपि नास्मि, किन्तु संस्कृतक्षेत्रे कार्यं करोमि, नित्यप्रवासी अस्मि। विभिन्नप्रकारकजनान्, विभिन्नसंस्थाः अपि पश्यामि। सामान्यजनानां मध्ये भवामि इति कारणेन कतिचन अनुभवाः वेदसम्बद्ध अनुभवाः, विज्ञानसम्बद्ध अनुभवाः दैनन्दिनजीवने कथं वेदाः विज्ञानं भारते दृश्यते अस्मिन् विषये किञ्चित् वक्तुम् इच्छामि। सर्वत्र ग्रामेषु प्रातः शीघ्रम् उत्तिष्ठन्ति प्राचीनजनाः। किमर्थं शीघ्रम् उत्तिष्ठन्ति? तेषाम् आहारपद्धतिः भारते उदाहरणार्थं हरिद्रा उपयोगः बहुप्रमाणेन ग्रामेषु कुर्वन्ति। आधुनिक आहारपद्धत्यां नास्ति। ग्रामीणजनाः अत्यन्तं स्वस्थाः भवन्ति। नगरस्थाः यं कमपि पश्यतु, बीपी, शुगर् इति इदानीम् अति सामान्यं। हृद्रोगः सर्वत्र दृश्यते। आयुर्वेदे ऋतुचर्या, दिनचर्या इति उक्तमस्ति। तदनुगुणं ये जीवन्ति ते स्वस्थाः एव सन्ति। गत 5-6 वर्षपूर्वं जपान् देशस्य एकः वैज्ञानिकः नियतरूपेण उपवासकरणेन कः लाभः, इंटर्मिटेंट फास्टिंग, तस्य परिणामः स्वास्थ्यस्य उपरि कः इति जपान् देशस्य वैज्ञानिकः कृतवान्। नोबेल् पुरस्कारं प्राप्तवान्। अद्य एकादशी। अत्र केवलं ज्ञातुम् इच्छामि, अद्य एकादशी कारणेन अहम् उपवासं कुर्वन् अस्मि इति अस्मासु के हस्तम् उन्नयन्तु। 5-7 जनाः वयं स्मः। भारते कोटि जनाः एकादशी दिवसे उपवासं कुर्वन्ति। इदानीं तत्र वैज्ञानिकः सः नोबेल् पुरस्कारं प्राप्तवान्। तदनन्तरं वयं वदामः, अरे भारते तु अति सामान्यं, सर्वे उपवासं कुर्वन्ति। बान्धवाः, अस्माकं दायित्वं, ये वयं वेदः श्रेष्ठः, ये वयं विज्ञानं श्रेष्ठम्, अस्माकं वेदेषु विज्ञानम् अस्ति इति वदामः, अन्यः कोऽपि तस्मिन् विषये अनुसन्धानं करोति, तदनन्तरं वयं वदामः अस्माकं पुस्तकेषु, अस्माकं ग्रन्थेषु, अस्माकं वेदे, उदाहरणार्थं भागवते एम्ब्रियो पुंसवनानन्तरं कथं प्रतिदिनं तस्य विकासः भवति इति कस्मिंश्चित् अध्याये सम्पूर्णं विवरणं दत्तमस्ति। एकत्र एम्ब्रियालजी विषये एतावत् सर्वं वयं पठामः, किन्तु इन् प्राक्टिस्, स्व आचरणे अद्य प्रसूतिः इति या भवति, यस्य कस्यापि गृहे, प्रसूतिः गृहे न भवति। इदानीं वैद्यालये एव भवति, हास्पिटल् मध्ये एव। तत्रापि 90% सिसेरियन् एव भवति। एकत्र वयम् एम्ब्रियालजी विषये अस्माकं ग्रन्थेषु अस्ति इति वदामः, किन्तु आचरणे अस्माकं तेषु ग्रन्थेषु यदस्ति तद् वयं किमर्थम् आचरणे आनेतुं न शक्नुमः। वैदेशिकाः यद् वदन्ति तदेव आचरामः। तत्रापि नार्मल् डेलिवरी शून्यं, सिसेरियन् एव अस्माकं गृहेषु। बान्धवाः, बहु गभीरतया अस्माभिः किञ्चित् किमपि करणीयं, नो चेत् अहं 25 वर्षपूर्वं विश्ववेदिकसम्मेलनं Vishwa Vaidika Sammelanam. Iti Bengaluru Nagare Asit. Yes, Vyasa. Tatra Asit. Tatrapi aham gatavan. Adya atra gatavan asmi. Samanyataya te eva vishayaha bhavanti. Uttamam. Vishayaha te eva tasya vishaye eva charcha bhavet. Kintu kevalam charcha na. Asmin asyam dishi kimapi kinchitva laghupadam Himalayasya arohanam api laghupadasthapanena eva bhavati. Tadrisha laghupadasthapanam vayam swaswa kshetre karayitum shaknumaha va. Hyaha eka karyakrame asam Bengaluru nagare eka vivahartam gatavan asam. Tatra Mumbai Leelavati Hospital ख्यातनामः यह IAS अधिकारी सह IAS त्यक्त्वा स चिल्ड्रन्स स्पेशलिस्ट अभवत् पीडियाट्रिशियन सह वैद्यः मिलितवान् आसीत् सह मां पृच्छन् आसीत् संस्कृत भारती इति श्रुत्वा एव सः मां पृष्टवान् महोदय बालानां शिशूनां स्टैमरिंग भवति स्टैमरिंग उच्चारणे तेषां स्टैमरिंग स्थगयितुं किमपि निवारयितुं किमपि करणीयम् इति अहं बहु प्रयासं कुर्वन् अस्मि. कोऽपि माम् उक्तवान् संस्कृतज्ञान् पृच्छतु भवतः परिहारः मिलति भवते इति कृपया भवान् वदतु इति. अहं किं वदामि, अहं तादृशः विद्वान् अपि नास्मि, किन्तु अहं दृष्टवान् अस्मि अत्रैव विजयवाटिका विजयवाड़ा मध्ये एकः आयुर्वेदवैद्यः सः यस्य कस्यापि स्टैमरिंग भवति तस्य कृते कतिचन श्लोकान् सूचयति. एतेषां निरन्तरं सततं भवान् उच्चारणं करोतु भवतः स्टैमरिंग तद् निवारितं भवति. स कुर्वन् अस्ति. प्रायः इदानीं 70 वर्षीयः. स कुर्वन्नेव अस्ति. परिणामः अपि दृश्यते. बान्धवाः, एतादृशविषयान् वयं यदि अग्रे आनयामः. लण्डन् नगरे एकः विद्यालयः अस्ति, सेण्ट् जेम्स् इण्डिपेण्डेण्ट् स्कूल् लण्डन्. लण्डन् स्कूल् आफ् इकोनामिक्स् इति विश्वख्यातसंस्था. तां संस्थां ये आरब्धवन्तः तेषु एव केचन जनाः मिलित्वा सेण्ट् जेम्स् इण्डिपेण्डेण्ट् स्कूल् आरब्धवन्तः. तस्य विद्यालयस्य विशेषः तेषां वेब्सैट् मध्ये ते वदन्ति, वी हैव मेड संस्कृत अ कंपल्सरी सब्जेक्ट बिकॉज इट हेल्प्स स्टूडेंट्स ग्रास्प मैथमेटिक्स, साइंस as well as all the Indo-European languages better, and the children are fascinated. Sanskritasya abhyasa karanena ganitam, because it is a mathematical language, it is a musical language, sangeetam. यह संस्कृतं जानाति, उदाहरणार्थं वेदोच्चारणं जानाति, सः उत्तम संगीत गायकः भवितुम् अर्हति. तस्य उच्चारण शुद्धता केवलं वयं वेदमन्त्राणाम् अर्थं तु न जानीमः, नावगच्छामः चेदपि केवलं वेदानाम् उच्चारणं श्रुत्वा एव जनाः प्रभाविताः भवन्ति, शान्ताः भवन्ति. हम परलीं गतवान् आसं. वैद्यनाथमन्दिरे एव 7 दिनात्मकम् अनुष्ठानम् आसीत्. अहं दिनद्वयं तत्र आसं. प्रायः 250-100 ऋत्विजाः ते तत्र उच्चारणं कुर्वन्तः आसन्. कोऽपि होमः यज्ञम् इत्यादि. वर्षद्वयात् तस्मिन् क्षेत्रे वृष्टिः एव नासीत्, वर्षद्वयात्. किन्तु पंचदिनात्मक अनुष्ठानं सप्तदिनात्मकम् अनुष्ठानं षष्ठदिने वृष्टिः एवं धारा प्रवाहरूपेण वृष्टिः आगता केवलं वेदानाम् उच्चारणं कोऽपि होमः साक्षात् अहं दृष्टवान् बान्धवाः एतादृश सहस्रविषयाः सन्ति प्रत्येकं वेदः वेदस्य एक उपवेदः उपवेदरूपेण आयुर्वेदः धनुर्वेदः स्थापत्यवेदः तंजावूरु बृहदीश्वर मन्दिरं सहस्रवर्षेभ्यः नो फौण्डेशन् अट् आल् मन्दिरस्य फौण्डेशन् एव नास्ति सिमेण्ट् नास्ति काङ्क्रीट् नास्ति इंटर्लॉकिंग टेक्नोलॉजी ग्रानैट् स्ट्रक्चर 208 फीट हाइट एक सहस्रवर्षे षड्वारं भूकम्पनं जातं तदनन्तरमपि भवनं स्थितम् अस्ति एतादृशं ज्ञानं सर्वेषां गृहे अत्र अहं पश्यन् अस्मि राशीनां सर्वेषां गृहे पञ्चाङ्गपुस्तकम् अस्ति श्वः कस्मिन् समये सूर्योदयः तिरुपतौ भवति कोणार्के कस्मिन् समये भवति अरुणाचले कदा भवति गुजराते कदा भवति इति सः लिखित्वा स्थापितवान् अस्ति द्विसहस्रवर्षपूर्वं सूर्यसिद्धान्तग्रन्थे कदा सूर्यग्रहणं भवति कुत्र दृश्यते कुत्र न दृश्यते मेक्सिको मध्ये दृश्यते भारते न दृश्यते इति लिखति किन्तु विज्ञानग्रन्थः इति अस्माकं जनाः न जानन्ति एव बान्धवाः अग्ली पीढ़ी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन अस्मिन् विषये अग्रे आगच्छेत् अस्माकं सर्वेषां दायित्वम् अस्ति इति एव स्मारयित्वा विरमामि संस्कृतस्य कृते जीवन् संस्कृतस्य कृते यजन् आत्मानम् आहुतं मन्ये वन्दे संस्कृतमातरं वन्दे भारतमातरम्
महत्वपूर्णः अयम् उपदेशः तत्र सारांशरूपेण वक्तव्यं चेत् ज्ञाने धर्मः उत प्रयोगे इति शीर्षकं स्मारयन्तः अस्माकं ज्ञानमात्रपर्यवसायी इदं सत्रादिकं न भवेत् किन्तु तद् ज्ञानस्य सम्पादितस्य अथवा अस्माकं वैदिकविज्ञानस्य प्रयोगोप्यावश्यकः इति सविवरं निरूपितवन्तः श्रीमन्तः दिनेशकामत् महोदयाः तेषां धन्यवादान् वितीर्य now I request our guest of honor Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra, Chancellor Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Central Agricultural University, Bihar, to deliver his address.
नीलाचल निवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः श्री वेंकटेश्वरेभ्य नमः नमः सभायै मान्याः अध्यक्षाः प्रोफेसर रानी सदाशिव मूर्ति महोदय अथ च मुख्य अतिथि रूपेण समागता प्रोफेसर GSR कृष्णमूर्ति कुलपतयः NSU तिरुपति उभावपि मम स्नेहभाजाः मम मित्राणि 30 वर्षेभ्यः अतः तेषाम् आनुकूल्येन अनुष्ठितेयं सभा मां मोमुद्यते तराम् अनन्तरम् अस्माकं प्रोफेसर KSMS राघवराव डीन एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एंड फाइनेंस IIT तिरुपति अस्माकं कुलसचिवाः प्रोफेसर राधा गोविंद त्रिपाठी महाभागाः सर्वेषां श्रद्धाभाजाः दत्तप्राणाः संस्कृतार्थं श्री दिनेश कामथ महोदय अपि च अस्य सत्रस्य आयोजकौ उपमंचं विराजमाना विविध विद्यानिष्णाताः वेदमूर्तयः वैज्ञानिकाः मित्राणि विविधेषु भारतवर्षस्य भारतात् बहिरपि मया दृष्टम् आलोचनासत्रं चर्चासत्रं परन्तु चर्चासत्रं केवलम् अनुदाननिमित्तं ते आयोजयन्ति केवलम् अनुदाननिमित्तम् आयोजनं भविष्यति आयोजकस्य तस्मिन् चर्चासत्रे किम् अस्ति किं प्रचलति तस्य दर्शनं न भवति परन्तु अत्र प्रथमवारम् अहं पश्यामि अस्माकं सदाशिवमूर्तिमहाभागाः मूलतः शेषपर्यन्तं सर्वेषां पत्रवाचनं शृण्वन्ति तस्मिन्नुपरि किमपि वदन्ति पुनः मध्ये मध्ये आहूय तत्र मार्गनिर्देशः कथं भविष्यति केन प्रकारेण वेदविज्ञानयोः समन्वयः स्यात् इत्यपि बाहुल्येन चिन्तयन्ति अतः तेभ्य महोदयेभ्य मम वर्धापनानि पुनः अभिनन्दनानि कार्तज्ञमपि एतत् खलु चर्चासत्रं बहुषु विषयेषु सम्पादितम् इति निश्चप्रचतया तैः प्रतिपादितम् अहमपि तस्मिन् विषये उद्बुद्धः आसम् पश्यन्तु अस्माकं ये संस्कृतज्ञाः सन्ति ते तु बहुदूरे वैज्ञानिकाः अपि न मानयन्ति अतः इत्यनयोः समन्वयः कथं भूयात् इत्यपि चिन्तनम् अत्र चतुर्षु दिनेषु प्रचलति एतावत् संस्कृतपुस्तकानि पाठयन्ति ते पाठनकाले तत्र वैज्ञानिकदृष्ट्या एव यदि पाठयिष्यन्ति तत्र छात्राणां नूनमेव तस्यां दिशि तेषां मनोनिवेशः भविष्यति उदाहरणस्वरूपतः अत्र IIT हैदराबादतः भाग्यनगरीतः निदेशकाः उद्बोधितवन्तः पश्यन्तु तत्र ममापि पाठ्यक्रमे मया पाठितं माइन्स् खनिजद्रव्याणां कौटिल्ये शास्त्रे खनिजद्रव्यस्य आकराध्यक्षस्य विषयः तदा आकराध्यक्षविषये मया पाठितम् आकराध्यक्षः आकरस्य नियमः कथमस्ति अस्मद्देशे माइनिंग एक्ट कथं प्रचलति पुनः माइनिंग एंड जियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट कथं प्रस्तावितं भवति पुनः आकरस्य यत् उत्खननं भवति तस्य विनियोगः कया रीत्या भवति इदानीम् आधुनिकशैल्या अपि मया तत्र प्रतिपादितं पुनः प्राचीननियमाः ये वर्तन्ते तत् कृतम् अतः तया दिशा ये तु उद्बुद्धाः भविष्यन्ति ते किं कुर्वन्ति ते पुनः वैज्ञानिकसमीपं गत्वा दर्शयिष्यन्ति कथं खनिजद्रव्याणां परिशोधननिमित्तं यथा भवन्तः दृष्टवन्तः कोणार्क प्रभृतिषु बहुषु स्थलेषु बृहदेश्वरमन्दिरविषये भवन्तः उक्तवन्तः न बृहदेश्वरमन्दिर तत्र प्रस्थरे यदा उत्कीर्णं भवति तस्मिन् उत्कीर्णे किं भवति सॉफ्टनिंग एंड हार्डनिंग प्रोसेस अस्ति तत्र कोमलीकरणं पुनः कठिनीकरणम् एतदपि अस्माकं यद् वर्तते उपायः अस्ति तेन अस्माकं इंडिजिनस उपायमाध्यमेन अस्माकं प्रचलित उपायमाध्यमेन ते तु शिल्पिनः कृतवन्तः इदानीं तदुपायं ते न जानन्ति ये तु स्थपतयः सन्ति अतः अनया रीत्या कंपैरिजन द्वारा तुलनात्मक माध्यमेन शिक्षकाणां अध्यापनस्य शैली अपि तया दृष्ट्या परिवर्तिता भवति चेत् वैज्ञानिकदृष्ट्या तेषां मानवकानां दृष्टिरपि गमिष्यति। वयं पुनः दर्शयिष्यामः यत् अस्माकं तेन नूतन किमपि इदानीं न भवति, परन्तु वयं यूरोसेंट्रिक अथवा यूरोपियन केन्द्रित न भूत्वा इदानीं भारत केन्द्रित बुद्धि विद्या अस्माकं भविष्यति। छात्राणामपि अध्यापकानामपि अनेन चर्चासत्रेण प्रकाशित प्रबन्धेनापि बहूनां तु चक्षु उद्घाटनं भविष्यति इति आर्थास्य सर्वेषां सहृदयानां जे तु विद्वांसः सन्ति अधिमञ्चम् उपमञ्चं सर्वेभ्यः मम कार्तज्ञवचनं विनिवेद्य विरमामि इति सम्। भारत माता की जय।
धन्यवादाः महोदयाः। तत्र नौ I request our guest of honor Professor KSMS Raghav Rao Garu, Dean Administration and Finance, IIT Tirupati, to deliver his lecture address.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Narayanam Namaskritya Naranchaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudiraye. Sabhaye Namaha. Yandaro Mahanubhavulu Andariki Vandanamu. At the outset, I apologize to be the odd man out. I am the only person perhaps who is not speaking in Sanskrit. So I apologize especially for the persons here. Whatever little I am sharing today is the knowledge that I received from my Guru, Pujya Vedavyas, IAS officer. And because of his blessings, I met several spiritual people. Whatever I learned from him, some of them I will try to share with you. To start with my Guru, he himself is a real fusion of Vedic knowledge and modern science. He did not go for formal education. He learned all his Vedas from his father, Sriman Anantamacharya. Later, he straightaway went for metric and MSc in chemistry, then IAS. He has cleared the IAS. Then he renounced the world and went to Himalayas. Then somebody told him, no, you have a lot of work back. So he came back and again appeared for IAS, and he cleared IAS and IFS, and he retired as Additional Chief Secretary of Andhra Pradesh. His name is Dr. Vedavyas. The way he got educated, it was his vision to have similar type of education. So with that respect, we started one International Institute of Vedic Science with a Gurukul near Madanapalli. Exactly in what he learned, similar way, there are kids who are learning Vedas apart from that modern science. Both simultaneously they are learning and appearing for the exam directly of the provision provided by the central government. As you know, Vivekananda has told that as the modern science progresses, world will understand the glory of Vedic science and Vedas. So his prophecy is perhaps coming true today. I cite a few examples. For example, Omkara. Omkara, we say that it is Akshara Parabrahma, that is the sound form of perceivable God Almighty. When NASA did research and portrayed that the sounds that are coming from the explosions that are happening constantly in sun, when they recorded the sound, it was coming as Omkara. our scriptures and Vedas portray that Surya, the sun, as the perceivable, visually perceivable God Almighty. We say Suryantar Madhyavarti, Surya Narayana. Vedas are apaurushas. Even the inaugural session, we have the honorable speakers who mentioned this, respected Srinivasa, Vankade Garu Mahodaya, and also Sri Kutumba Shastri Mahodaya. So as they mentioned, Rishis, how the Rishis have perceived it. They have perceived it by their tapas. For example, Gayatri Mantra, it was perceived by Vishwamitra. So Gayatri Mantra essentially says that it is Buddhi Prachodaya. It guides our Buddhi. So it means even our thinking is directed by God Almighty, the subtle energy, so that nowhere we can do anything wrong. Many of these rishis, they have discovered these laws that are already there in the subtle form. There is no harm by discovering these laws. But the problem came only the inventions that man had made based on these discoveries. For example, Isaac Newton has come out with the law of gravitation. Gravity existed before, but Newton has discovered that. Similarly, Einstein has discovered theory of relativity, E is equal to mc square. Mass can be converted into energy. That was a very useful thing because he is related to the absolute velocity of sun. Again, sun we take as a reference because he is the perceivable God. But the issue came when it led to atom bomb. Even Einstein himself said, here expressed his regret, had a faint idea of that it can lead to a mass destruction weapon, perhaps I should have never invented this. So that's where these inventions, without this proper dharma, background of dharma, will lead to destruction and damage to the society at large, world at large. So caution is required in this regard. Same is the case with many of the other inventions also. Modern science says that I will not believe anything that I cannot see or perceive. For example, if I ask, there is a moisture in this, so I will say, my naked eye says, no, there is no moisture. But one wise man can bring a glass of water and put ice cubes in it, immediately moisture condenses on the surface of the glass. That proves that there is a moisture, even though it is not perceivable or visible. But when it comes to God, it is not perceivable by these senses. Even the subtle senses like manas and buddhi. So that is the issue. Even Swami Vivekananda, as we all know, first when he went to his guru, Ramakrishna Paramsa, he asked him, have you seen God? Have you seen God? The answer was emphatic, yes. Then can you show it to me? Yes, I can show. Then he pinches Vivekananda. Immediately he says, expresses pain. Where is the pain? Can you show me? No, pain cannot be shown. It can be only expressed. Similar way he tells, God has to be expressed. It cannot be seen with his eyes. Provided, if God is kind enough to give the divine eyes, then perhaps we can see the God. For example, he has given similar boon to the blind king Dhritarashtra in Mahabharata. Another example, pranayama. If I am angry, my breath is different. If I am relaxed, my breath is different. So that means my thinking is related to breathing. It is very difficult to control the thinking. So control breathing, in turn I can control thinking. So this was the basis for our pranayama. It is not exactly the material balance between oxygen and carbon dioxide as modern scientists think. If that is so, it should have called Swasayama. Why Pranayama? So Pranayama means apart from the oxygen, some subtle energy, the prana, that is getting into the system, which is instrumental for the different functioning of the bodies. So all these limbs, nobody says, I am getting my heart beaten, I am getting my kidneys functioning. They are involuntarily happening. If his really heart is given to the person's hand that he will make his heart beaten, absent-minded professors like me will forget that he has to get his heart in running. So this is where the subtle prana energy is coming. Even this pranayama basis, if you see, it has, as you know, it has 4 limbs. Kumbhaka, Puraka, Antar Kumbhaka, Rechaka, Bahir Kumbhaka. When you do Bahir Kumbhaka, we are depriving the prana along with breath also. That is where the thought process will be minimal. Why thoughts have to be minimal? Because these unproductive thoughts are waste of energy. Like you are putting in neutral gear and pedaling your accelerator, car will not move. Similarly, most of our energy is lost because of these unutilized, unproductive thoughts. That's why our scripture suggested you do meditation. Meditation means, in fact, it is a state where it will happen on its own. It is not that I do, but at least I prepare the platform. Ashtanga yoga I'll follow. I reach that stage where I give a ambience for meditation to occur. So during the practice, we'll try to increase the gap between 2 thoughts. So otherwise, mind, as it is in the scriptures, it is compared with a monkey, so it jumps from one branch to the other. So we train the monkey in such a way that don't jump from one tree to other. You climb the tree, come down, walk up and climb the next tree, as if all are palm trees or something. Then there is a gap between 2 thoughts, which if I can increase, then I will feel the real energy appearing in here. One more example I take on Yagnam. Many of these pseudo intellectuals, they say that why are you wasting? You are putting so much ghee in the fire in the name of Yagna. Instead, it can be given to poor people. But what is happening is, you can draw the analogy with cloud seeding. Cloud seeding, they put nanoparticles which will cause the agglomeration of moisture and eventually resulting in rain. But Yagna, similarly, what is happening in Yagna also, for example, if I have to send some money to my daughter who is in US, I cannot send in rupees. So rupees are not accepted, at least at this point of time, in USA. So one service provider, financial service provider is required who transforms these rupees into dollars and hand it over. Like that in Yagna, we have this Agni who is the transformer. He converts into subtle form and gives these devas, devatas, who by pleasing they will give what we require. For example, in this Yagna, if I do, Varuna is pleased and he will give the rain for us. The difference, again, the difference between modern cloud seeding and Yagnam is, cloud seeding, if you do, it will rain only the place where you have done the cloud seeding. Whereas if I perform Yagna, the right time and right location where it is required to rain, rain will come. There will not be any Ativrushti or Anavrushti. But now it is happening because dharma is missing. Right from the rulers as well as so-called Brahmins, that dharma is missing. That's why we are seeing all these issues. And last example I'll give, I know that I am holding you from lunch, law of karma. Modern language, modern science tells that law of karma is action and reaction are opposite and equal. When it comes to spiritual parlance, action and reaction are opposite but not equal. For example, I throw a stone at audience, but there are more than 100 people. I will not get one stone back. I will get hundreds of stones back.
So taking a positive example, positive energy, suppose I do good for the society, the good will return many-fold back to me. That means when I am doing good to the society, I should do without any selfish motive that I should be benefited out of this. I should do without doership. I should do with a reverence, thanking God for giving me this opportunity for doing this service. That in that sense, it will immense benefit. What will happen? By this means is the only way to work out the karma that is accumulated. Then it will lead to antakarana suddhi, the cleansing of antakarana, where it will lead to eventual realization of this subtle energy. All these things has to be taught right from the school, because once you are anybody, of course, here there is no doubt everybody believes these things. But for general audience in other institutions, there is no point in teaching these things at elderly people. Better it is for the start from the young. So they are the future. If you teach them, they will pick up. As I mentioned before, dharma, artha, kama, moksha. So these artha and kama are guarded by dharma and moksha. So these middle things has to be explained. Because not only compromising on dharma, they are compromising their health, their activities, their family pressures. They are running around too fast to earning money, but by the time they accumulate the money, they don't have even the health to enjoy it. So that is the tragedy, irony of the present day of life. That's why we have to teach them, all these students, these kind of things right from the beginning. I thank the organizers, especially Professor Rani Sadasivamurthy Garu, for giving me this opportunity to be with you today and to share whatever little knowledge I have. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, Professor Raghav Rao Garu, for his great speech. At the starting, he himself told that he is the odd man out. But after his speech, it is established that he is one among the Indian Bharatiya Vijnana Shastrajna. I thank for his valuable speech. Now I once again request our Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to address the gathering.
Just to tell only one thing. Earlier, it was welcome address only. Then I cannot say that I forgot or I skipped. But the thing is, because it is the contest to welcome all the people, I did it so. And now I would like to add one thing. This 4-day conference is not an end by itself. It's the beginning only. And hereafter, institute to institute, and all the members also will come into an MOU, particularly with all the premier institutes of science and technology. Then we will go forward, move forward as a single mission, and we will try to work in multiple manners. So for that sake only, we had a panel discussion earlier, prior to this, and basing on that panel discussion, we will plan, and accordingly we will move in multiple ways, and whatever can be achievable, we will achieve. I think there is never a failure, nothing is a failure. Even if we can move a step forward, that is this victory to that extent. And Tronajaluka Nyaya, catch the other one and leave the last one. Like that, if we start moving, definitely it will be a success. And I express my deep sense of gratitude to every delegate, whoever is on dais or off dais, and every scholar and every scientist who have come here and took participation is a member of our family. That is what I consider as, and expressing deep sense of gratitude, I take leave because next very two important events are there. After that we will close because some of us have too short time to catch their flights. Dhanyavadaha, namaskaraha.
Thank you, sir. Now it's the time for honoring the guests. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor our chief guest is just away for a few minutes. He will be returning back. By that time, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to facilitate Dinesh Kamath Mahodaya. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to facilitate Professor Prafulla Kumar Mishra ji. Prafulla Kumar Mishra ji. Now I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to facilitate Professor KSMS Raghav Rao garu. GSR garu vastunnaru. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to facilitate Professor GSR Krishnamurthy garu, Vice Chancellor, National Sanskrit University. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to facilitate the coordinator, Professor Tarak Ramakumara Sharma. Felicitate, sorry. Felicitate. So sorry. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to felicitate Dr. DPY Yazul garu, Additional Coordinator of this conference. I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, to felicitate our Registrar Professor Radha Govinda Tripathi ji. I request our coordinator, Professor Tarak Ramakumar Sharma garu, to felicitate Honorable Vice Chancellor. Hello, Now I request our Registrar Professor Radha Govinda Tripathi ji to propose vote of thanks.
सम्प्रति कुलपति वर्यान् सम्प्रार्थये प्रोफेसर ए राधेश्याम महोदयं सम्मानाय। श्री वेंकटाचलाधीशं श्रियाध्यासित वक्षसं श्रितचेतन मंदारं श्रीनिवासम अहं भजे। सम्मेलनस्य विविध समितीनाम् अध्यक्षाः समायोजकाः सम्प्रार्थ्यन्ते वेदिकां प्रति आगन्तुम्। एवं च अस्मिन् प्रसङ्गे अहम् अस्माकं विश्वविद्यालयस्य कुलपतिवर्यान् सम्प्रार्थये सर्वेषां सम्मानाय। आदौ प्रोफेसर जी.वी. सुब्रह्मण्यम शर्मा महोदयाः रिसेप्शन कमिटी चेयरपर्सन, कन्वेनर प्रोफेसर टी. उमेश महोदयाः, एकोमोडेशन एंड हॉस्पिटैलिटी कमिटी प्रोफेसर जी. रामकृष्ण महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर पी.टी.जी. भरत शेखराचार्युलु, लोकल ट्रांसपोर्ट कमिटी प्रोफेसर के.एच. राजेश महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर एस. सूर्यनारायण मूर्ति महोदयाः सन्ति, प्रोफेसर एम.बी. जयराम शर्मा महोदयाः, श्री पी. अंजी रेड्डी महोदयाः, फाइनेंस ऑफिसर श्री पी. अंजी रेड्डी महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर जी.वी. फणिराज शास्त्री महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर एम.वी.एन. पवन कुमार शर्मा महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर वी. गणेश प्रसाद भट्ट महोदयाः, गणेश प्रसाद भट्ट महोदयाः, गणेश प्रसाद भट्ट महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर टी. ब्रह्माचार्युलु महोदयाः, टी. ब्रह्माचार्युलु महोदयाः, कष्टं श्रूयते, प्रोफेसर पी. नीलकंठम महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर आर. सुब्रह्मण्य भिड़े महोदयाः, our deputy executive engineer श्री मदन मोहन रेड्डी महोदयाः, our Assistant Registrar A.Y.R. Krishna Rao Mode. A.R. Subramanyam Garu. Subramanyam Sharma Mahodaya. Bhagavantam Srinivasam Pranamya औपचारिक रूपेण कृतज्ञतां निवेदयितुं भवतां पुरस्तात् अहम् उपस्थितो अस्मि। भगवतः श्रीनिवासस्य विशेष अनुकंपया एतादृशम् अन्ताराष्ट्रीय वैदिक विज्ञान सम्मेलनम् आयोजितमस्ति। तत्र आधारभूताः भवन्ति अस्माकं तिरुमला तिरुपति देवस्थानानां कार्यनिर्वहण अधिकारिणः। तेषाम् अनुकंपया प्रेरणया एव एतादृशं सम्मेलनम् अस्माभिः आयोजितमस्ति। अतः तिरुमला तिरुपति देवस्थानानां मुख्य अधिकारिणाम् एवं तत्रस्थ इतर अधिकारिणां कृते आदौ प्रणामपुरस्सरं कृतज्ञतां निवेदयामि। एवं च समापन समारोहे अस्मिन् आध्यक्षम् उढ्वा अस्मान् सर्वान् च स्वकीय वचोभिः अनुगृहीतवन्तः विश्वविद्यालयस्य अस्य कुलपतयः समादरणीयाः आचार्याः राणी सदाशिवमूर्तिमहोदयः। तेभ्यः अपि प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कृतज्ञतावचांसि निवेदयामि। कार्यक्रमस्य अस्य मुख्यातिथयः राष्ट्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य समादरणीयाः कुलपतयः आचार्याः G.S.R. कृष्णमूर्तिमहोदयाः। तेषां मुख्यातिथि भाषणैः वयं धन्याः। तेभ्यः अपि प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कृतज्ञतां निवेदयामि। एवं च सौभाग्यवशात् अस्माभिः सम्प्राप्ताः सन्ति समग्र भारतभूखण्डे अत्यन्तं संस्कृतसेवायाम् अत्यन्तं प्रसिद्धाः स्वकीयजीवनम् एव संस्कृताय यैः समर्पितमस्ति ते भवन्ति आचार्यः दिनेश कामत महोदयाः। कर्मसिद्धान्तः कथम् इत्युक्ते तेभ्यः अस्माभिः कर्मसिद्धान्तः वस्तुतः अध्येतव्यः भवति। तेषां यत् मार्गदर्शनम् आसीत् अस्मिन् सन्दर्भे आचरणम् एव प्रमुखं स्यात्। तच्च मार्गदर्शनम् अस्माकं समेषां कृते अपि महते उपकाराय वर्तते। अतः तेभ्यः आचार्येभ्यः प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कृतज्ञतां निवेदयामि। एवं च अस्माभिः सह आसन् डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रसाद केंद्रीय कृषि विश्वविद्यालयस्य कुलाधिपतयः आचार्याः प्रफुल्लकुमार मिश्र महोदयाः। तेषां वचोभिः वयम् अनुगृहीताः। तेभ्यः अपि प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कार्तज्ञं निवेदयामि। एवं च अस्माभिः सह आसन् प्रोफेसर KSMS राघवराव महोदयाः। तेषां वचोभिः वयम् अनुगृहीताः। तेभ्यः अपि प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कार्तज्ञं निवेदयामि। एवं च गुरुकुल कांगड़ी विश्वविद्यालयस्य कुलपतयः कुलगुरवः अत्र समुपस्थिताः सन्ति। तेषां मार्गदर्शनम् अस्माभिः प्राप्तम्। अतः अस्मिन् सन्दर्भे तेषां कृते प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कार्तज्ञं निवेदयामि। एवं च राष्ट्रस्य विविध प्रान्तेभ्यः समागताः सन्ति विद्वांसः प्रोफेसर दिनेश रसाल महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर पराग जोशी महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर दिनकर मराठे महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर राजेंद्र सावंत महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर प्रसाद गोखले महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर शांतनु अयाचित महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर रैली अनुपमा महोदयाः, प्रोफेसर D ज्योति महोदयाः एवं सुदूर नेपालतः समागताः सन्ति प्रोफेसर काशीनाथ वर्याः तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः एकतन्त्रेण प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कार्तज्ञवचांसि निवेदयामि। एवं च अस्माकं विश्वविद्यालयस्य विविधशङ्कानां ये प्रमुखाः सन्ति, विविधविभागानां ये प्रमुखाः सन्ति, तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः अपि अहं प्रणामपुरस्सरं कार्तज्ञं निवेदयामि। एवं च विश्वविद्यालयस्य ये आचार्याः उपाचार्याः तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः अपि अहं प्रणतिपुरस्सरं कार्तज्ञं निवेदयामि। एवं शिक्षणेतरकर्मचारिणः ये भवन्ति, ये अधिकारिणः भवन्ति, तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः अपि अस्मिन् सन्दर्भे कार्तज्ञवचांसि निवेदयामि। एवं च श्री वेंकटेश्वर भक्ति चैनल तः समागताः ये अधिकारिणः, ये कर्मचारिणः, तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः अपि अहं कार्तज्ञवचांसि निवेदयामि। प्रत्यक्षरूपेण परोक्षरूपेण ये तावत् योगदानं दत्तवन्तः तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः अपि कार्तज्ञवचांसि विनिवेद्य विरमामि विस्तरात्। सर्वेभ्यः नमस्कारः। कल्याणनिधये निधयर्थिनां श्रीवेङ्कटनिवासाय श्रीनिवासाय मङ्गलम्। एका दूरवाणी अत्र केनापि त्यक्ता अस्ति। Somebody that